And so what I would like is, first of all, I know everybody, sort of. I even recognize Larry from another time. But I would like, because I don't think all of you know each other, so if we could just do a little bit of a roll around, tell a little bit about yourself. Tell me also what kind of writing you've done before, if any. Like, I want to know what level we're at. I mean, this workshop works no matter where you are. You could have been writing for a long time, you could just be starting. But I'd like to know what level you've been at, so that I can gear what I'm doing according to that. And then I would like to know what you want to have happen, and why you came, why you took the trouble and the time to be here. Okay? All right, a little way we get to know each other. Who wants to start?
I'll start.
Go.
Okay, my name is Carolyn Medalla, and I live in Bloomfield, New Jersey, which is North Jersey. And I'm a friend of the Grail. I've been kind of hanging around for maybe 3 years now. And I came for 2 reasons. I think personally I haven't done much poetry writing, or maybe even writing. I think I've written 2 poems in my lifetime. That was not required by school authorities. That would inspire. So I think I would like some inspiration on writing poems. And the second reason is because I told Larry here when I first met him that I wanted him to write me a poem.
So that's why you brought Larry? He's in every day, Larry.
And when Larry gets into, in the past, when Larry got into, I'm sorry, Larry, I am here, got into a certain anxiety state, he was able to write these incredible poems. And it was something that doesn't always, as he says, doesn't come out. And I know the feeling from my past poems that it's something that is inside you that has to come out. So I would like to get in touch a little bit with that, with that state too.
Is it called inspiration? Right? Is that the state?
That's good listening. Good listening.
Yeah.
I think that's a good label.
We can talk about what
Be
inspiration
inspired.
is even. What is it even? An altered state of consciousness, you know. It's like a gift when it comes. How do we get there? Okay, Mary.
Well, I just wanted a day kind of quiet reflection, and because that's the main reason. And I guess it's just to try to, I think it is part of that, you know, what is inspiring me, and trying to be more in touch with that. And one of the things this year in the work I'm doing with the Archdiocese of Philadelphia, there is a lot of focus on the Holy Spirit. And as we go toward the millennium, this is one of the focuses of how the Holy Spirit leads the people of God. So I just did a whole workshop about the relation between the Celtic goddess and the Christian Saint Bridget. And so I think the same, like I was thinking about the Holy Spirit, that it's a name given to, you know, certain kind of experience that human beings have of being moved within themselves by something bigger than themselves. So it's part of my spiritual search, I guess, to be here today.
Well, next turn. I am Leni. I am just retired a couple of months now. And I haven't really written. What I've written is functional. That was required for work and for, well, certain interest, but not really from deep within, from the guts kind of experience.
Left side of the brain.
And so it is, yes, it's so, you know, much more controlled by that right side, but I'm doing a drawing course at this moment. I started with watercolor, you know, about 2 years ago. I haven't done that recently, but it is somewhere a search for there is more to life than the whole functional, organizational part of life. And now I'm retired and in good health, and I hope I keep it for a long time. This is the time to kind of, find some of that source that I think lives in my guts. And, I feel it's here, I remember one time when I was working, and that is about 20, 30 years ago, when I was working with foreign students in the Netherlands, that were students, young women from Africa, that came to study doing professional training in the Netherlands. And at one time somebody told me, there was these young women from Africa, and there were those wonderful, good Dutch mothers that wanted to make sure that those young women were protected against the cold, and so they were trying to help them to get gloves on and to get hats on. And they had a very hard time because they never had been closed in clothing that way. And at a certain moment, one of them said to me, I understand it here, but I don't understand it here. And I've never forgotten that, because there is a way of understanding things here, and there is another way of knowing, and perhaps not so much understanding, but knowing things down here. And that expression of trying to get adjusted to the cold weather, having those kind of, limitations and closed in warm clothes, was something that she could understand here. And so there is that difference, and I think I live very much from here, but I want to find it also here.
You say you sometimes feel it, right?
Sure.
It's there. What does it feel like? What is that feeling?
Well, it's closed in. It's a feeling of urgency. There's a feeling of trying to take a deep breath, and it really doesn't relieve that. It is an tension. It is a filled thing. It is I think that's the only way that I can say it at this moment. I don't know whether I can identify it ever more.
It's very physical. I mean, even when you
It's
write a
physical.
poem, it's physical. It's a physical sensation. There are physical sensations that accompany the poetic process. And this is one of them that you're describing. And so all you can do is describe it as physical sensation, closed in, breath doesn't relieve it, the tension.
Yeah. And I remember sometimes when I've written something, even for an English course, and a kind of commentary that I got, that was kind of poetic. And I still remember writing that, just trying to struggle with the English language for some kind of Cambridge certificate or God knows what. And I know, when I wrote this, I felt it here. And then it came out, and the comments that was kind of poetic. And I was kind of surprised, and that perhaps it was still a piece of prose. It was not a poem, but to get a comment that was poetic, well, that was kind of new to me. I never thought that there was anything that I wrote was poetic. But I still remember that, that.
What was the sensation as you were doing it and then afterwards? Do you remember?
Well, I know that I wrote it and I felt good about it.
Okay.
So somewhere there was a certain relief of that. I think that's the only thing that I think I can say about it.
Okay. You might want to notice that today, the physical sensations. They're clues to things.
Mm-hmm. Well, last year I wrote a poem.
That's
and
right.
I was in the
And you
poetry
did, and it
workshop.
was good. I remember
Yeah.
you did.
I've kept it somewhere. I'm not quite sure where.
It's pasted on your bedroom wall.
Go ahead, Pat.
My name is Pat, and I'm just noticing that we all ought to take a good look at
Yeah,
the
the
sun.
sun, right?
Hello, son. Very quick.
It's good to see it.
It's going now.
It may not be out too long, but it's good to see it. I came last year. Was it last year? Yeah, it was. Yeah, I guess it was. That's when I got roped into that play. So I'm here with a little bit of fear and trepidation. Anyway, I never know what you're going to leave with today. But anyway, when Sharon calls on the phone, it's like, what does she want? Anyway, anyway, I really enjoyed it last year. It was a good day. it was just kind of a self-nurturing time, and it was just a time to hear what other people were writing and thinking and doing, and I just felt good at the end of the day that. And then what happened is kind of a result of that, I think. I don't think I was involved in it when I came. This was held a little bit earlier last year, was it not?
Probably in January.
In
Yeah, I
January.
just looked
Yeah,
at
in January.
18th last year.
Because then what I did is that I signed up for a drawing course at Cheltenham Night School after that. And then I went ahead and took a basic drawing course again in the fall, but at Upper Darby High School, Night School. And it was interesting because the two approaches to drawing were both very relevant but very different. The first drawing course was taught by an artist who believed in using charcoal, which is very messy and gets all over you, and you use charcoal kind of in large sweeps. It's not a really finite tool. And he also believed in putting things down very quickly and using broad strokes and not getting caught up in trying to capture the image exactly, but just putting something down. And most of us in the class were not had never really taken an art course. And so he really was pretty sophisticated because he brought in nude models and who held poses for like 2 minutes, and you had to capture this model, this body form in 2 minutes, obviously not in detail, but just to get the body's structure. And that was really kind of freeing and interesting to do that, because sometimes I think it's like trying to get it exact and all. Now, in the fall, I took a course, a different basic drawing course, and the person who taught that, her perspective was not to use charcoal, but to use pencil. And pencil is much more finite to use. And hers was more, I guess, of doing more like still life, or I guess trying to be a little bit more exact. It was just a different, and there was something good about doing that also. And but anyway, out of the poetry thing last year, my creative juices got stimulated to go and do something creative. I didn't do anything particularly in writing, but I did it kind of more in drawing. And unfortunately, I'm not able to do anything this semester because my time is tied up. So I thought about coming here today and enjoying and experiencing this.
It's interesting that both of you make a relationship between poetry and drawing. Somehow those things are connected for you. And it does have something to do with the other side of the brain. We don't usually come out of. There's a lot that goes on that's connected there. There's the poetry, there's drawing, there's dreaming, there's praying. There's a lot that lives inside of that place. So.
And
And you hopped the plane from Florida.
from Florida, right? And I heard you were giving away something free.
I'm sure there were nude models. Sure, they were going to be drawing well.
No, but you know that teacher that she spoke about?
Yeah.
He was fired. I would be very disappointed if I left today not knowing the process that I've heard Sharon talk about, which is that you write, you sit down and you write thoughts that come into your mind, as many as you want to, across, and you see what is developing in that thought pattern, and then you take from that side and you refine it into another length of thoughts pulling from what you want to keep. And you work on it and work on it, and it's not a few minute process, it could be a very long process. And then you refine the poem that comes out of the beginning of what you did. So that's what I would like
You want to do that today?
No, I would like to hear more of how to do that process.
That's serious stuff.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. Don't feel too heavy about it, right?
You just said I would be very disappointed if by the time I leave here, I don't know how to do.
No, just to hear how that process goes.
Okay.
Not that I would have to do it, be able to do it, but that I would be able to work on that technique.
Yeah. See, it's not just the technique, that's the thing.
Okay.
But
I don't know the words even to describe what it is.
Let's see how
So
it
that's
comes
what I'd
out.
like to know.
I think what I'm hearing, Sheila, is that you really want to know, you really want to know how to work on a poem and how to make it be as strong as it can possibly be, and somehow even independent of you. This is not just about self-expression. You're really looking for how you craft the poem. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. That's a whole other level than just being inspired and self-expression. You know, yourself, your experience is the raw material. And there can be a lot of satisfaction in just expressing that. Right? And there can be sometimes even moments of great beauty in that. And sometimes, if the Spirit's really with you, there's inspiration in the Spirit. It's like, the incoming of the Spirit. If it's really with you, it'll just be all together, and you say, how did that happen? Those are lucky moments. Those are lucky, lucky moments. Because mostly it's hard work. It's a craft. Where you take it's like 10% inspiration and 90% crafting, hard work. So that you're really talking about the hard work of it. Yeah, let's see what comes today, and if we can move along.
Here, I have a problem with structured things. So you have to perform some reason, and it kind of gets me upset or uptight. So I get going by putting that out. Where I'm at.
We'll take care of you.
Thank you. What I came here out of curiosity, mostly out of curiosity. I don't consider myself a poet. I read Rumi, that's my big fan. But I have written a few poems for Callan for. So what got me to the place of writing a poem? Why did I do it in the first place? And as she says, it was out of anxiety, out of maybe fear. But what it was for me was it was somehow about, the poetry was about telling you something about me that if I spoke to you in my regular language, you wouldn't get it. It's giving you a heart piece that I can't tell you. So it can't, the poet, it's almost like if I don't tell her this about me, I'm jipping myself in her. But I can't speak it, but I can write it in a poem.
Why? What's the difference?
What's the difference? Well, I guess maybe I guess maybe I can say in a poem, in a line of a poem, maybe intellectually I'll trip myself up and I can't say it. I feel that you're not getting the essence of me if I just tell you in a left brain fashion. So writing the poems for her was about, hey, here's more of me that you just don't see yet, or you haven't seen because I couldn't show it to you. But here it is. Take a look at it. Read it. This is some of my heart. So I tell you what, I may not be able to do that today. I may not get to that place.
It is very special. It's a gift when it happens, and I don't think it's anything we can strive for and make happen. It's like we can just open ourselves and make ourselves ready, but we can't make it happen. It's a gift. So we understand that, Larry. There's no pressure. Whatever comes, comes. And if nothing comes, that's okay too. And if you want to share, you share it. If you don't want to share, you don't share. There's no pressure.
Yeah. And I'm not a great writer, But I look at it, for me, it's kind of like thinking through the intellectual stuff, the thinking through the ideas I have about the world, thinking through a lot of things into my heart. So
That's a nice way to thinking through into the heart. That's very nice. That's a nice line.
thinking through.
Oh, thinking, that's even better. Thinking through into the heart.
So it's
Nice.
kind of what I got,
Yeah.
and I'm here.
Okay. Did she pressure you into coming? Or?
Oh, no, actually, I asked her. She told me about it, and I asked her. I said it'd be nice to go to this.
Check it out.
And you have written poems that were not for me.
Oh yeah, I've written a poem that worked for her.
Jerry.
Okay, I'm Jerry Nye. I live in Albany. I went through a period in the early 70s where I wrote a lot of poetry, especially religious, very intense. And then after about 1976 or so, I've only written in fits and starts. I do write on occasion, but it sort of comes and goes. I don't write very well on command. Generally, things just bubble and simmer, and when it's ready, and it all comes out in a rush. I've had a number of things half bubbling to the surface for some months now, and one of the reasons I came today is maybe hoping to jumpstart things a little bit. Because I know I've got some internal log jams. Part of it is due to the turmoil in my personal life, and it kind of interferes with things. And you know, sometimes this up here gets in the way of what's down here.
Hi. My name is Chris, and I'm kind of with you in having some of those internal log jams. I like that because I know exactly what that's like, and you know, I can go for months and be like, oh my God, this is wonderful. You know, this is such a gift, and then and I can feel like, you know, words just kind of come and they flow and whatever, but then all of a sudden nothing happens. So, and also, Larry, what you were talking about with sharing a part of yourself that you can't explain in a different way. You know, writing it on paper, if it's for someone or even if it's not. I mean, I do the same thing, and that's something that I love to have happen. But also, like, I like to kind of give I don't want to say a theological bent, but like almost a philosophical bent when I take my experience and what I'm experiencing or what I have experienced. Usually it's what I'm experiencing, and I try to give myself like endless time to just sit there and connect. I mean, I just like to connect with something that I feel or see, or something in nature, or something, some kind of a metaphor, and then to kind of just like tease it out and then see whatever flows. And then sometimes things flow and sometimes they don't. But I guess I look back at you know, even when I was a kid, and I guess I always had a need to do that. And it's the times where I don't do that that I feel really backed up, you know, like emotionally or, you know, even maybe physically, because I feel more tense and more, a lot more tense. So, so I'm looking forward to this today because it seems like it's going to be doing some of that. And I know that you told me on the phone that it was a contemplative kind of experience, and I thought, yeah, that's what I'm looking for, is a contemplative kind of experience.
And then maybe something can come out of that, right?
Yeah.
Maybe. There's a way in which I'm hoping to focus on, and it's called a poetry path. It's not your typical poetry workshop. It's really looking at how writing, image making, the words that we're choosing, what we're wanting to say is connected to our spiritual being, to our spiritual life, to our ongoing deepening and development in the spirit. That's kind of different than a typical poetry workshop, which is really just about developing the craft. That's why I say it's contemplative, insofar as the level of sharing, I'm hoping the level of sharing here really is about, these words are coming to me out of this relationship I have with myself and with the spirit. That's a lot to ask for people who've never met each other before, or, you know, as a whole group have never been together. But we can, that's more what I'm concerned with and interested in than what are the products that come out of here today. Although for somebody who is interested in their product, when we look at what comes up for you, Sheila, we can also look at how that might be crafted. You know, because that's something you're specifically asking for. So we can do. One thing I was very interested in, I would like to pursue it first, and before we go on to this question of inspiration and where it comes from, and perhaps even try to touch it a little bit. back again to this difference between talking about yourself and making words in the form of what you're calling a poem that can say it better than any just straight talking could ever do. And then there was a question about yours where you had just written something and someone said, that's very poetic. What makes this feeling of poetry? What is some of the elements, the essence? What is the essence of this poetic experience, whether it's experienced internally or the effect that it has on somebody else? What and how is that different from other modes of expression? Minding you now that even the poetic experience could occur in drawing, it can occur in a film. There are moments in a film when you say, "Ah, that's poetry," or in music. You know, that it happens in many mediums, but there's something about the poetic experience, the poetic perception of reality, the poetic sensibility, the way in which a poem is different than just talking about something. What is that? So what does it take to have that poetic experience come together? That's what I would like to explore. To describe a poem, but it could be about anything. That's your first line. It's like being in a river. Talk about the river. Comes to a poetry workshop with no paper. Jerry? Did you bring a pen? I've got paper. I've got paper.
Lives touch yours, swirling in and out of sight, like leaves on the flood, catching the sunlight and tossing it back and forth to each other.
That's nice. See, that's very, you know, the leaves floating on the water and, you know, the lives swirling in and out. Okay. That was very concrete. Yeah, and tossing it back and forth to each other. Very nice, Jerry. Thank you. Be careful when you hear the word time. This is to those who are really serious about poetry writing, okay? When you hear the word time. That's T.S. Eliot. He did that already. You know, I mean, stay with what's immediate. Stay with what's physical. It will say everything there is to say about time, generally. Okay. Who else? Go ahead.
Okay, it's like being in a river, birth underwater, barely breathing, heavy weight to push out of. Frantic strokes become glides, and then fresh air, fresh breath of clean air sucked in, splashing, splash, 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 pop, whoosh, ha-ha, I'm floating, spinning, whirly winds of water, running over, through, in and out, floating on a current from God, refreshed, alive, reborn.
Uh-huh. Very nice. Very nice. And you were using sound in there, which poetry is. We talked about the rhythm, but there is the sound. Instead of slush, slush, slush. Okay. That's the sound of the river. Yeah. Nice. Very good. Who else?
It's like being in a river. Water, substance indescribable, soothing, bubbling, rushing, continuous movement, stopping not of my willing, yet flowing through my being, penetrating through my skin and into my self. I don't like self. I was thinking about water not being something that you can, it's not a substance, but it is a substance. It's like
Right.
water, air, and
Fire.
solid,
Uh-huh.
you know.
It's not a solid thing, is it? Although you can feel it more than you can feel air.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So say that again.
Water, substance indescribable, soothing, bubbling, rushing, continuous movement, stopping not of my willing, yet flowing through my being, penetrating through my skin and into myself.
How do you describe water? The idea, what you're trying to do is to get the feeling of water passing from the river through your skin and into you, right?
Yeah.
That's the main thing that you're going for there, right?
Yeah.
How could we do that? Some water.
I like it continues to go.
Uh-huh. Is it going around you, or is it going around you and through you?
Around and through.
Around and through. And you're just standing there.
Mm-hmm.
The problem, of course, is that in real life, it doesn't go through.
Reminds me of the way a trout holds its position in the river.
How does the trout hold its position in the river?
It faces into the current and just sort of just gently moves back and forth. Also that while the river is pushing against it, it gets aligned with the currents that it presents minimum resistance, but still holds where it's at. And it's constantly moving, and the water's going through its mouth and through its gills.
Oh, really? So it does go through it, actually?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not like moving fast, it's going through it.
Right. See, the problem, of course, with us is that the water, you're working on an image or a metaphor that is scientifically or physically impossible. I mean, the water doesn't go through us. We'd like it to. And as an image, we want it to.
Yeah, but like I think about, you feel it, like you can feel the chill go down your spine.
Okay.
There you go.
You say that's the track,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
You feel the chill of the water going down your spine, right?
Yeah.
And also there's water inside us, isn't there, in terms of
Mhm.
blood. And I mean, I think much percent of us is already water, right?
Yeah.
So there's that possibility of the image, the water within meeting the water without, and mingling, commingling.
Yeah.
But, so that was the chill going down the spine as it meets the water. You see, I'm trying to get it more concrete, so that it's not just a symbol, but in fact is working in terms of physical reality. Because the truth is, water can't come into us. Except we know that the water of life is constantly trying to get in, right? But real water doesn't get in. So how do we make those two things get reconciled is the question. And finally, for it to have the power, it needs to come down to the senses and not just the abstractions of an idea. As descriptive as possible. And sometimes you can use the sound, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and texture and temperature.
Mm-hmm.
The chill runs down your spine, cold meeting cold water.
Mm-hmm.
Cold meets cold, you know, playing with the different levels of sensual experience.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Yes?
Stink and grime surround.
What was the last part?
Stink and grime surround.
Nice, stink, very raw word. Stink and grime, surround, that's nice. Stink and grime, surround me. Say it again, Pat.
In a river cold, pulled and pushed by bold currents, stink and grime surround.
And then you stop. That's as far as you go.
Because it's haiku. 5, 7, 5.
Minimalist.
So I was trying to play within 5 syllables, 7
Okay.
syllables, 5 syllables.
Okay. Good. That's craft. That's craft. Yes, she crafted it.
That is putting the experience, the feeling, in a certain form in which you connect the spirit, whatever you feel, into a form, that is where the crafting comes in,
Well,
right?
the interesting part about this is I hadn't thought about haiku for a long, long time. And a long time ago, I took a poetry course. It was part of an undergraduate degree, and I took this course. And it was taught using a book that they used, I think, to teach children poetry, really. It was kind of for teachers, but I'm not a teacher. But it was like, and I think it was focused like on haiku. And the other day in the newspaper, I don't know if anybody saw that, they had high school kids write haiku poetry about the Olympics. And that's where it came back to me again, of the form, of the 5 syllables, 7 syllables, 5, like forcing oneself to describe something in a form,
Mhm.
but not a rhyme form, because I don't like rhyme.
No.
You know, but it was kind of an interesting, you know, these high school kids were given this kind of thing about it. And it kind of got me to thinking a little bit about if you only had to use like 3 lines, how much you would have to think about what you said and what you didn't say. I don't know.
Now, what I found the most energy, because poems are like energy, or whatever, poem, we use the word loosely here, but also, but I want to continue using it loosely, because I don't want us to get fixed on what, one idea of what a poem
No,
is.
no.
And I'm really into
Yeah.
poetic perception of reality, and wherever that's happening, that's a poem. There are moments when a person is a poem.
Mhm.
Yeah, but what I found with the, and each thing, each poetic expression has its points of energy, and we recognize the point of energy. It's the point where I feel most connected, where I get excited, and that's a physical feeling. I'm getting excited. It's physical. And it's not always the case, but generally it does seem to be true that where I'm getting excited, you are also excited when you are writing it. Or the points where I'm most excited, the reader gets most excited in hearing what I've written. That our excitements are somehow, generally, not always, but often enough, match. You get excited where I'm excited where you're excited. So what I found most excited, the most exciting moment inside of that, obviously, was the Snake and Grime, right? I think that was true. That's what hit most of us, yes? Was that where you were most excited?
That was where I was most excited, because my thought of the river wasn't of a necessarily pleasurable, nice river. My thought is the rivers that I know are all sticky and grimy.
Grimy.
And so it was like, the experience was really like being not in a nice like little pond, but being in something polluted and contaminated and sticky and grimy. And kind of poetry, for me, the poetry that I enjoy probably the most has some stink and grime in it. It's not pastoral. I'm not particularly attracted to pastoral scenes of poetry. It's, you know, I mean, I just am not. I think they're wonderful and all, but it's not kind of the thing. If I pick up a poem, it's kind of that something of the ordinary has meaning beyond it. I don't know. Like something is being, I think that's a juxtaposition or something.
There's something about truth that wants to break through, you know, and not just make things pretty. I mean, I think that's one thing we sort of got when we were kids, that a poem is pretty somehow, you know, that it's pastoral, that it's a lyric, that it, you know, somehow, it passes the pretty test. But what we're finding, what we're finding today, and we've been released from certain kinds of things, is that it wants to be true. Whatever that truth is, and sometimes the truth is pretty, sometimes the truth is not. And that is the power of the poem. Yes, there's the experience of the feeling, but how willing are you to really be true inside that feeling and to like touch the hard grit and grimy edges of the feeling also, and not just try to make it pretty. The power is the truth of a human heart speaking. And it isn't always pretty. But by the same token, to just focus on the grit and the grime, that has its place too. But that's not all there is either. So that the part of how we grow, the more we practice poetry, is that it keeps asking us to expand our emotional, perceptual range. So that those who are pretty, they want everything to be nice, really it's important for them to sort of like start feeling some of the hard edges and to let them come in. And those who are just focused on grit and grime and poetry, something is being asked of them to allow themselves to experience joy and peace and satisfaction is what it is. But we keep being asked, for the sake of those of us, because we're talking about poetry as a spiritual practice, if you really pursue it, it keeps asking you to expand your emotional range, so that you're not just writing the same poem over and over again. You're not just expressing the same feeling over and over again, but you keep breaking on the edges of what your usual emotional and perceptual experiences, to discover what? More about yourself and through that life. because we are a microcosm of all that is possible. So therefore, everything that is possible in the world is possible in me. And to the extent that I keep expanding my own range within myself, I am becoming more true about what life is about. So it's challenging us to be true to what is happening and to not make it what we think it's supposed to be. And that, of course, is a metaphor for life. And so, of course, I would like to hear now, not confined within the haiku, more about the grit and the grime of the river. That's really where the energy wants to go. Yeah. Lainey, you want to share?
I wrote down more some kind of words or something, but anyway, being in it, being surrounded, in, all around, feeling the current, the cold and the heat, being carried, being tossed around gently, feeling plants, feeling fishes. Where will I go? How will this end? I need air, up and up and up, yes.
Mm-hmm. Right. So where are the points of excitement? Let's see the points where we were most engaged. Simone, where were you most engaged with her?
I don't know what to say about the needing for air.
I need air. That's really
Yeah,
the
the
strongest.
air.
I need air.
You could
Up
feel
and
it.
up and up. And feel you struggling to get up there. Yeah. And then there was another moment in there also where I was very engaged. Yeah. Would you do that again?
Being
Make one suggestion. This is the craft suggestion. Try to take out feeling, feeling, feeling. Get rid of the feeling word and just run the words together without saying
Okay.
feeling, feeling.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Being surrounded in all around, the current, the cold, the warmth, being carried, being tossed around gently. Plants, fishes, where will I go? How will this end? I need air, up and up and up, yes.
Yeah. That where will I go? How will this end? That's when it really took off. I need air. Now, when you were writing, does my excitement correlate with where you were really getting most involved?
Well, I felt kind of in the water, surrounded, that was the thing, and being carried, but I didn't feel it was hard, so I was gently carried. But then I thought, where do I go now? You know, I'm sitting in the water, I need air, I had to get out.
Right.
And so, you know, I felt there and then I was not stuck, but, well, you can be in the river, but, you know, it's not going to be comfortable.
So that's where the energy was getting most intense for you also, in other words,
Yeah.
right? Where I was feeling intense, you also were intense in the writing.
Mhm.
Okay. That was when you were getting, you were getting down to a deeper truth.
I mean, it was kind
Through
of
the
a nice-
image, through the image.
Yeah, it was kind of nice to be in the river, surrounded, carried, you know, kind of somebody that holds you, you know, this kind of thing. But you were not in somebody's arms, you were in a river.
Hello? Not mother.
And so that is, you know, that was the feeling about being surrounded and carried. I like that word carried, you know, gently.
Carried where?
That's right, but I wasn't out somewhere, you know, somebody holding me. I was in the river. It was cold, it was warm, and I had to get out.
Mm-hmm. The image, see, you were being taken by the image. You see, and that's what I'm talking about. When you're not trying to think about where you wanted to go, but you're in the, you went into the river and you were going through the experience and going through, and then suddenly it took you to someplace else,
Mm-hmm.
which was this point of fear.
Yeah.
I'm out of control. What am I going to do now?
Mm-hmm.
Which wasn't your starting point. It was following
No.
the image that brought you there.
Right, right.
And in fact brought you to the greater excitement than what you started out with.
Started out was just kind of an atmosphere,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
You go into the river,
Right.
and I sit along the Delaware River, you know, on a regular or irregular basis. I live very close to it. And so I saw this river, but no one was going to go in it. So the image of the Delaware River there, exactly where I live, you know, I was going in that water. You know, I was going in there. So it was not looking at it, it was in it.
in cans. Sunlight dancing. Cacophony of sensations. Presence.
That's as far as you got.
Yeah, and what I realized as, like, just the process that went on inside me, after I got, you know, the list of descriptive things that were there in the river, then I got the sense of, these are my sensations.
Mm-hmm.
And then it pushed me to that whole thing of presence. I'm here. It was kind of interesting, just to look back at it.
As a reader, what was most vivid for me, the most vivid experience, was the slippery rocks, and then the bottles, and having that followed by the cans and the bottles.
Yeah.
Because it's what you don't expect. You were running along a certain pastoral, and then we get to the slippery rocks, and that gives you a feel,
And then the cans.
and then the bottles and the cans.
That's loose.
The thing about what happens with the poem is it's not what you expect to have happen. There's a surprise, because as your heart is moving, as your soul is jumping from what you're discovering, there's leaps being made and they surprise you. You're surprised, and then it surprises the one who's listening. That's part of the effect of the poem also, it's a surprise. Like life. I mean, yes, what causes inspiration, right? Where is the source of inspiration that is being taken by the Spirit? That is this other state of consciousness where you're moved in a way that you're not normally moved. It's a surprise. The surprise happens. It can happen even in ordinary life, where something in ordinary life suddenly is seen in a different way, or acts differently than it usually does, and there's a surprise, and it like sort of bangs you, you know, like, and now you see it differently. You experience it differently. You can't just keep it in its place anymore. You can't control it. Inspiration you're a little bit out of control, in a way. Bless you. It's something that's moving through you. And if you don't stop and do something with it or about it, it does go, because it really is just passing through. It's something that's just passing through at the moment. And sometimes we can remember it. And that's one of the great frustrations, like those who want to be writers or who want to be artists, you know. And you have to go out and you have to make money and you have to do what you have to do because the inspiration happens, it's just there, you're on the bus, somebody's there, something happens, it's part of the normal day's routine, but either you're seeing it differently or they're acting it out differently. And you want to do something with it, you feel that feeling in here. It's a feeling in here, it's in the body. But you can't stop, you gotta go to work. So sometimes maybe if you're a little bit caring or disciplined to make a little note, but it'll never be the same again. That moment was that moment, and it will never come again. And that feeling, that physical, somatic moment of being will never come back again in quite that way. And those are the choices we're always making in life. This is part of the spiritual path also. We're always making these choices in life. What are we giving our lives to? What are we saying is most important? So anyone who's seriously being a poet or an artist ultimately has to make those choices. Anybody who is serious about being a spiritual person ultimately is making certain choices about what they're going to give their energies to, what they're going to be present to. Sheila, you want to say something? No? You're not passed? Okay. All right, good. Larry, did you go? Yeah, you went.
No, I ain't.
No, you didn't go yet? Okay.
I'll read it. I'll read mine. It's like being in a river. The current of life is hard. I'm swimming upstream. The river of life is peaceful with fish. The river of life is dangerous with sharks. Going to the shore will stop the current. Do I want to stop the current? The shore is safety. The river is fullness and endless. The shore is security. The river is not knowing. What will I see? Am I still breathing? The river cools the soul, cools my body.
So he had a rhythm going there, right? And he did it with certain amounts of repetitions, refrains that came back. There were a couple of surprises there. Would you mind reading it again?
Sure.
He made a couple of leaps, yeah?
Yeah.
It's like being in a river. The current of life is hard. I'm swimming upstream. The river of life is peaceful with fish.
That was nice. The river of life is peaceful with fish. So that takes the abstraction of peacefulness and then setting it up against a very concrete thing that I can say. The river of life is peaceful with fish. That's your unexpected. That's a surprise. Go ahead.
The river of life is dangerous with sharks.
And then you expand that pattern and that.
And show the dichotomy.
Yeah, showing the dichotomy. Go ahead.
Peaceful and dangerous.
Going over the shore will stop the current. Do I want to stop the current? The shore is safety. The river is flowless and endless.
What is that? What was that word? The river is what? And then was flawless?
Flowless.
Flowless?
I guess it's disordered.
You just made that word up.
It just flows. It just never.
Okay.
It's always flowing. And
Okay.
it's endless. Beyond what the eye could see.
Okay. Flowless doesn't exist, and if it did, it probably wouldn't be saying what you're saying there, because it'd be flowing, but flowing is very boring, and flowless is more interesting. So I chose to hear it as flawless.
Flawless?
Flawless,
Oh,
meaning
okay.
without flaw, and I think that could be nice, and it suggests flow, just by the sound of it. Sometimes you don't have to say the word to get the feeling. That is, you can say a word that suggests it, and the feeling will be there, so that the river is flawless and endless. I like that. Go ahead.
Okay. The shore is security. The river is not knowing. What will I see? Will I stop breathing?
That was a leap. That was a leap. It's part of your thing too. I need air. You don't expect that. What will I see? Or was it, will I stop breathing? Yeah, these two questions up against each other. You don't expect them together. What will I see? Will I stop breathing? Surprise.
Mm.
It's the leap.
Yeah.
It's not predicted.
Yeah.
Because the mind wants to go, what will I see? Will it be beautiful? Will it be ugly? You want to stay in that one train, but you didn't do that. You jumped to another experience, another sense. Will I stop breathing? Okay, go ahead.
The river cools my soul, cools my body.
That's more predictable. There wasn't a leap there, but that's okay. I mean, you keep jumping all the time, you wear us out.
Yeah.
But cools my soul, cools my body, you expect. That's different than what will I see? Will I stop breathing? You see the difference between the predictable line and the leap, where you jump from one thing to another that don't normally go together, which is the river's peaceful with fish. That's one of those moments also. Okay, thank you, Larry.
Well,
We can have something to eat and write at the same time, and all that. It is about choosing an image. To continue this idea of the image, if you follow the image through, it's going to tell you things, and you're going to find yourself saying things that maybe you wouldn't normally. Okay, that's the object of what we're doing here. And we're going to work with the tarot here, which presents images in a certain way, a little bit like dreams do. It's not about what does this symbol mean. That's not what this is about. This is about, these are dreamscapes of a kind. But they do tell us things about themselves. And in fact, the card or the image that you're attracted to, you might not know why, but what I'm going to ask you to do is to look at the card, you to choose one that for whatever reason, and it's best if you're not even intellectually aware of the reason, for whatever reason, you like it. It's got energy for you, you want to work with it. Choose an image, choose a card you want to work with, okay? It's all about the rose. That was the main thing going through, then everything else was built up around this rose. You just this is just to keep in mind, where is the point of focus? Okay.
I can,
Go.
5 people trying with different degrees of enthusiasm and effort to build a house in which to live. There are 5 people and 5 poles. It appears that all 5 people are working non-passive. Most people try in earnest to stay alive in this world, to build a home, to be comfortable. Could I get into the world? Would I be accepted? That's a long question. In the world, the 5 people are singing and humming. You could smell the ground, the earth. It reminds me of untouched land, waiting for a new adventure, to build a new start again. I can taste, and I couldn't think of a taste.
That's okay.
Sometimes you can taste dust, you can taste the air, you can taste snow coming. I mean, there are different ways you can use the sense of taste. You can taste bitterness, you can taste joy, you know what I mean? It doesn't have to actually be food. Go ahead.
The time of the year is spring. It's in the morning, about 9 o'clock.
You can taste the spring,
Yeah. Or the, yeah.
or I can taste 9 o'clock in the morning. I mean, you know, that's a surprise, that's the leap, that's the unexpected thing. Go ahead.
I would hold a stick, feel its strength, its new growth. I would like to join in the building of the new structure. The sound was a piece of wood alone makes no sound. The person gives the wood purpose and sound. What happened before that moment? There were 5 people planning to create no sound present. What will happen? The joining efforts of 5 people into a new adventure in living. How do I feel? Well, pushed to be a part of what's happening, held back not to enter into what's happening.
Your poem is Building a House. And it's all about building a house.
A physical house.
A physical house. With different images and things that came up and sensory descriptions that came up. But really the heart, your point of focus is building a house. Or building a home even. Or anything about building a home. That's what seems to be suggested there.
Thank you.
There's the mysterious flying sticks. Sounds like a circus act.
Octopus just rose. The medieval rose. Okay, who else?
It's okay. Let's see. I see a man who represents a king. He has a gown and a cape, and he has a magic wand. And he has a necklace and a crown, and a long dress. There are pictures in the backdrop, and there's an animal painted on the ground. The king is looking straight ahead as if he's ready to get up off the throne. His hair is long, and he has a throne. Stepping into the picture, I hear quiet and peace. It smells like sacred oils and sage burning. I can taste the power of the king. I can taste the wand. It is hot, and in the spring it's 3 p.m. It feels scary holding the wand. It feels smooth. I chose the wand because the magic place is my greatest block. I would like to use the wand to heal the planet. It makes a thumping sound when I hit the wand on the ground. Before this moment, I do not know what happened. After this moment, I will be embraced in the spirit of the magician and the king. It feels like peace.
Okay. You are the king.
Yeah, I know.
So what you're making is, I am the king. Right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's what you're going to do. You're going to take all that, I am the king, and describe your world.
And also, I think what's asking to be explored there is where you say you get blocked by the magic, with the potential of the magic. Maybe
I thought
you
it
write
was,
something, you might want to go further into that block.
it was very interesting, this picture, because normally a king has a scepter. The magician has the wand. So
Right.
I saw the king with the wand.
The king magician.
So it's pretty interesting.
So you can talk about that too. All right, but now you speak as the king. What you're going to write next is I. All right? The title is the king. And, so just follow that through. And also when you follow it through, of course, new things can come. It's not just about taking what you've got there and sticking to that. Other things will come.
Hmm.
And so let them come. Okay.
Thank you.
I wonder if I misunderstood, because I didn't put together what you would call a coherent narrative.
Nobody did, really. Go ahead.
Okay, see, a wandering knight bearing and being borne on the flame of life. The flaming horse, the salamanders, and the wand or staff remind me of Gandalf, of course you have to know.
I don't know
Lord of
about
the Rings,
Gandalf, yeah.
That also happens to be my CB handle.
Jeez. This is great.
I made your day.
Yes, minus that.
His CB,
His CB.
his radio.
Citizens
Citizen band
You know,
radio.
when you talk on the radio like
that,
truck
yeah,
drivers do.
his identification.
Yeah, they all have their own names.
They have their name, yeah.
Uh-huh.
And what I hear is the singing of desert sands and makes a type sound. Then the muffled beat of hooves. I smell is the smell of sweat of horse and man and the smell of leather. Taste of sand and dust. It's hot. It's early summer and it's mid-morning. I'm holding the reins and they feel smooth. And directing the horse with the reins, it just a little bit of a slight sound as the reins pull over the horse's skin. You almost,
That's nice.
almost just about undetectable.
That's nice, so the sound of the reins pulling over the horse's skin. That can be very nice.
And the image resonated with something I see of myself and desires. And what happened before the picture was a call to arms. And what's going to happen next is that the knight's going to put himself on the line for a cause. And the feeling is both exhilaration and apprehension with some butterflies in the stomach.
A call to arms. Right, that seems to be the point of focus, and that you are the knight, and you are now in response to this call to arms. And that would be your entry in the point of focus. Picking up on a lot of that imagery that's already there. So it sounds like to me. And then you can pull something together.
I've always had a Don Quixote streak.
You are the knight. The call to arms, though, is a nice point of focus, though. The call has sounded, and you are now in response to it.
Say the king and the knight, the duke.
Who are you, my dear?
And a damsel, what, no damsel in distress?
You're the madam?
Oh, good. Much more interesting.
I don't know who the heck I am. I'm just a regular old person. I don't mean I. This card is just a little girl.
She's a little girl.
I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl. I did it kind of similar to. I just kind of wrote like blurbs of words. So I didn't put anything together really. A little girl in mourning, far away from home in the wilderness.
In mourning, meaning M-O-R or M-O-U-R?
M-O-U-R.
Nice, very nice. Go ahead, continue, please. Start again.
Okay, little girl in mourning, far away from home in the wilderness, wearing a black draping cloak.
I'm immediately intrigued.
Immediately intrigued.
Right.
And I didn't write it down, but as I'm looking, she's looking down and she's looking down like she's lost something. 3 chalices of wine have toppled and spilled, and 2 are left standing. There's a flowing river separating her from her homeland with a bridge connecting. Sounds of stillness echoing, sorrow and quiet weeping. The smell of moist, damp must of the shawl that's draping her shoulders.
Nice.
There's a smell of dust, the taste of dust, and the feel is warm. It's summer and it's dusk. I can't remember the question that you asked, but what would you like to do, or what would you like to do?
Choose one of the objects
Okay,
and feel it and describe it, and then what do you want to do with it?
okay. Holding the chalice, picking up one of the chalices, it is smooth, cool, and it makes a ting noise. It's filled with the smell of wine. It has fallen, and she wants to hold it again, and would like to just, wait a minute. She wants to hold it again, and then to drink it, but no, she would rather just hold it with the full form of her hand. There's silence, wind and air. And what had happened was people came through on horses and ravaged the land. She's going to continue on, and she will mourn, and she will make friends with the small animals of this land. She'll walk about and then lay upon the warm earth, hugging the parched warm earth below. She feels at peace, peaceful. And as the chalices are spilled permanently, she cannot have them filled again with wine, but only of the water from the earth that is in the river below.
A lot of elements there, you know? Some
Yeah.
of them are contradictory, some of them are complicated, but there are a lot of elements there. And it seems to me if all of that just turns into I, you know, you become that woman, that girl who's lost in the wilderness, you know, and just describe it from the I and choosing out numbers of those elements and putting them together. You know, you've got a whole piece there. In all cases, you want to personalize this. You are part of building the house, Sheila. You are one of the builders, okay? You know, building a home. You might be the only builder. Forget that there are 5 people. You decide if it's you, if there's anybody else there. But you're in there. You are the builder, all right? You could be the one carrying the rose, or you could be the woman who's waiting for the rose carrier. I don't know. You know, you could decide. You are seeing those sticks, you know, and in the end it's you who's planting them, but you already did that, Lenny. You know, you maybe personalized it. So you are this girl. Now speak as her, and choosing of those elements that feel most interesting and most exciting for you. All right? Okay, here we go. Who are you? I'm a hand. I am the hand of God. Are you the hand of God?
I don't know if that's what this is, but I chose it because there were no human beings in here. Okay, I see the power of nature in a sprouting branch, a branch sprouting with leaves, and an ethereal, godlike hand coming out of a gray, swirling cloud, holding the wand or tree-like branch, and giving off energy. The hand, that is, like the image of a light bulb showing the idea sprung from a human. There are no other human-like figures apart from the hand, no signs of human form, but a faraway castle in the distance on a mountain. The sounds I hear in this world are the sounds of silence on the open Piedmont, birds fluttering in the bush, bunnies hopping, chirping, the wind blowing warm breezes of summer against my cheek. I smelled ozone refreshing after a rainfall. I could taste high noon. I look up and see the branch of life hanging in midair and want to touch it. It's smooth, cool against my warm skin. I would like to plant the branch on the mountains below, devoid of trees. It rings with energy, and I want to ground the energy into the earth. Before this energy came, this place was lifeless and mundane, but now the branch of life will infuse the land with good energy and renew the land with love.
Good. Practically there. What's happening here is you're out there on this Piedmont, in this, as you describe it, and it's an appearance. Let it be a miracle. The hand of God. It appears with this branch. Right? You got to choose if it's a wand or a tree-like branch. You know, you can say it's a tree-like branch that looks like a wand. You know, a magic wand. That could work. All right. And then you could show you're planting it. Not I would like, but what if you actually, if God did give you that branch and you began to plant it? Right? I am planting it. I am doing this. I am doing that. It will. Set it up. That could be nice. So you see the hand of God, that's your point of focus. It's a miracle, it's a moment, it's a revelation. And you receive something out of that and you do something with it.
I noticed that several of us described silence as having sound.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And I thought,
Yep. Pat, did you go yet?
A sun-like yellow moon, two gray, tall, stone, cold, gun turret type structures with single peepholes for voyeurs. Animals, dogs, fox, lobsters being pulled towards the sun moon. The grass is green, it smells like dew. The animals howl, the lobsters clanking pincers. Salt is in the air, taste the salt. An apparition, the nightlife. It just gave me a feeling that this is something going on that is different from what I would normally be part of. It's happening at a different time, and I don't really know how to. It's kind of a wake-up call.
Wake-up call.
A wake-up call.
Wake-up call.
Mhm.
There's your point of focus, the wake-up call. Now, what's missing there is you in it. We haven't seen, I haven't seen or felt you in it, just been.
I feel like I'm in the turret. I am looking out of the peephole. I don't feel part of that.
Right.
I feel that I am in the structure as kind of almost a voyeur to this event.
And protected.
Protected in a cold, sterile place, looking at what I would call an apparition, something very dynamic.
It also sounds kind of scary. There's a lot that's kind of, you know.
Sure, if you're not Rapunzel, I don't know if I could let my hair down. There's no door to get out of this turret.
That there doesn't sound very, you know, it sounds kind of scary. But also very, you know, mysterious. It's mysterious.
It's mysterious.
It's mysterious. So you might want to work with that, all right? Now put yourself in there, and this is what you're seeing. You're up in the cold turret, you know, and you can't get out. But this is what you're seeing. And the question is, do you want to get out? Or are you very happy where you are? Or at least satisfied? Do you even want to get out?
It would be nice to have an option.
That's your last line. It would be nice to have an
I hate heights. I don't really want to flip.
The idea of the sun moon is nice. It's complicated to explain though,
Yeah.
so that it would take a bit to describe that so it could be understandable. But that's a nice conjunction of things. The wake-up call, that was kind of, and an apparition. Those are two things you're going in. A wake-up call and an apparition. You decide which of them is more the point. Okay, what time is it now? It's 10. All right, so let's eat, and we'll come together again at.
Okay, it's not, I don't know what it is. I mean, it's in terms of,
Already we have an explanation. Read your poem.
it's not a poem,
Right.
Okay.
but it's not prose, but it's writing, so I'm not sure how you, in what classification it goes.
That's it.
You give it the classification.
It was called Building a Home, from what came before the other page that we wrote about. Okay. With closed eyes, let me tell you what should be for each human being. To have a home filled ceiling to floor with books. Every flat surface is filled with fresh flowers. All may enter in peace. For each side of the home there is an opening. Words spoken, feelings expressed, arms outstretched to encircle the beloved. Feelings of love, talks of love, actions expressing one's love. Dear ones held and caressed. Music encircles every thought, every action, every desire, and every dream. And with opened eyes, let me tell you what I have. Many have but one flat surface in their homes, a kitchen table. From ceiling to floor, water drippings, drain pipes, blockages, broken doors, just one entrance, just one door. The only words spoken come from a TV. The only conversations held were on TV, movies, or on soap operas. Love is cheap. Music cannot be understood. Words have no beginning and no end. I still want to build a house.
Good show. That is really
So what's he call it? It's a
Poem.
this poem?
Why wouldn't you call it a poem?
I don't have a real definition of a poem.
See, I mean, I would call it a poem, first of all, because you've got a certain pattern and a rhythm to what you're doing. There are certain repetitions that continue.
That I felt.
Yeah, and so that in itself already puts it in the realm of the poet, the poetry. There was a feeling about it. You felt like you were entering into a feeling landscape. There were certain images of the well, the nurturing house, the house that's not really a home. So because of the pattern, because of the imagery, because of the repetition and the rhythm, it seems to me like a poem.
I read a poem.
You read a poem.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's nice.
Yes, it's beautiful.
I want to.
I still want to build a house. Is that the end of it?
I like that. That very concluding sentence. You get.
I wrote that for you, Lee.
Thank you, Sheila.
So you'll be hold on to something really tight.
Right. There is this beauty, and then there is this other side.
That's the only sentence.
And you're not giving up. I still want to build a home. Thanks.
Yep.
Next, I'll read mine. A white lawn curtain that protects private moments and filters light in. The cataract that marbleizes the aging eye. The headcloth taken by nuns when they are taken by God. The wraps that hide the woman's face. The wrap that hides the woman's face, leaving eyes to tell it all. The sheer seductive tool of the belly dancer. The fog that silences the noisy world, and then as if by some command lifts. The border that separates us from Avalon. The gauze that covers my mind so that I can no longer see exactly what used to be.
Gosh.
My.
Did you read that again?
Point of focus. Okay, what was the point of focus here? The veil. All the different manifestations of the veil. And that was holding it all together.
Absolutely.
So she built her pattern. You see, a poem is built around a certain pattern. She built her pattern around spinning out the different kinds of veils. And they all hold together. And there were some images there that were beautiful.
Oh, the woman with the veil in the eyes that say
The
that.
eyes that tell it all.
Oh, you saw that.
Or the cataract, the marble eyes.
Yes,
Also
yes,
was very
that's
nice.
right.
And the fog?
Mm-hmm. The Mist of Avalon. Would you read that again?
The what? The whole thing or the
Yeah,
mist?
the whole thing.
Oh, I didn't use the word mist. There is a mystery behind every veil. The white net of the bride that no longer carries the same meaning. The striped white lawn curtain that protects private moments and filters light in. The cataract that marbleizes the aging eye. The headcloth taken by nuns when they are taken by God. The wrap that hides the woman's face, leaving eyes to tell it all. The sheer seductive tool of the belly dancer. The fog that silences the noisy world and then, as if by some command, lifts. The border that separates us from Avalon. The gauze that covers my mind so that I can no longer see exactly what used to be.
Very nice, Pat, very nice.
Beautiful.
How did it feel when you were writing that?
You know, it felt really good because for the last 4 days or 5, or actually for a long time, I've been thinking about a concept. It struck me, and maybe it's just because of my age, that after someone dies, you can no longer see them exactly as they were. Your eyes, a photograph can see them, but you can't really see their face exactly as it was. Your eye sees it, but your mind doesn't. And so I don't know why I've been thinking about that a lot, because sometimes I close my eyes and try to image people in my life who are gone, to try to visualize them. And it struck me that it's not really possible to do that. It's almost like there is a veil. So the concept of veil kind of came from, and then I kept thinking about other veils that exist. So I don't know why.
And the nuns came up.
And the nuns came up, and the other kinds of veils. But the whole idea of somehow being, sheer or something.
And then I'm thinking back to the card where you were up in the tower, which was not exactly a veil, but it was a separation of some kind. It's about the separation.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. The card that you had, in which you were in which you were kind of closed in.
Right.
Yeah.
You see, one thing is connected to the
Yeah.
other.
And I was trying to think of your card, and I was trying to think, how did you get into the veil? But yeah, thanks. Yeah.
I'll have to give you, there's one of the Celtic prayers from the Carmina Gadelica talks about the vapors lifting off my soul. I don't know if you know that one, but that, I thought of that image too. Yeah.
Stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of
Texas.
Sage in bloom is
The
like perfume.
stage in the living room is like perfume as the words flow in poetic form, made possible with many minds gathering the thoughtful flowers of their minds.
That's nice, gathering the thoughtful flowers of your minds. That's very nice. But she had to start, wouldn't you start there from the beginning? We had to start with the deep and the heart. That's the first thing. The second thing is, this is like one of those like art piece poems that sort of go around. Did you see her reading it? It's like going around this. That's great, Jess. Read it again. Go ahead.
I'll read the other one.
All right, read the other one.
Roses are red sometimes. Violets are blue sometimes. I know someone just like you sometimes. But then there's a twist, which I sometimes miss. Could it be the heart? Could it be the head? Or is it a late Sunday afternoon in the living room?
Gosh, Janet.
Wow.
You know how to follow an image. Wow. I want more. A late Sunday afternoon in the living room. I was, that could go on.
I just got here.
Because you got me to the living room and I wanted to hear about the living room. That was great.
Mine is called I Have a Dream. Day turns to night. It's 3 a.m. as I sleep. The blanket is wrapped around me like a king's cape. The headboard is my throne. Before bed, I ask God for a blessing. My eyes close, and I descend into sacred time and space. This is the night before the battle. The night before cosmos versus chaos. I fall and fall into the dream. Just before I hit the courtyard of the castle, I grab hold of a tree branch. The tree is where they say magic happens. I rise from the ground
and there are my inner nights. Joy, faith, peace, hope, blessing. They kneel to me, the king. I feel the magic of the tree branch. The knights say the battle begins at 3 p.m. At that moment, a light shines over my bed as I sleep. It is the true king coming. Morning will bring victory.
Wow.
Wow.
You really took that other stuff and
Yeah. And the king.
yeah,
Falling,
yeah.
falling.
Yeah.
Felt you falling.
I liked your blanket, like the king's robe.
Mm-hmm.
That was very nice.
Thanks.
And the headboard.
And the headboard is your throne.
Throne.
That was terrific.
That's good.
I thought you would like the blessing.
Well, the blessing, yeah, the blessing is nice, but you see, it's not like as strong an image. That's a thought. It's one
Yeah.
abstraction, and it fit within the context of the thing. But it wasn't a surprise, right? The blanket over as the king's cape, or the head that is the throne, head of the bed is the throne. That's a surprise. I didn't expect that.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was nice falling, and grabbing hold of the branch.
Yes,
Nice
yes.
catch. Lovely, very nice way.
Thank you.
And it's so interesting to see how people go from here to here to here, right? Considering what you started out with and then what you turned it into.
It's also, I think, when somebody reads, that certain images kind of, jump out. Anyway, for me, the image of, you falling and grabbing that branch, that is kind of, after you read it, that was, maybe, and I think that might be for different people, different things, for whatever reason that is,
And then the appearance of the true king.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
And it's interesting, especially when you were just saying how you were talking, using the metaphor of sinking in, like sinking into your heart, or something before. It's almost like going from your head.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sinking.
is it okay to ask again to read it? Now we
Everybody,
would like to
everybody
hear
should. I'd
Yes,
like to hear
I'd
Sheila's
like to-
again too.
yes, I would too.
You want to hear it a
Yeah.
second time.
Yeah,
Yes,
I do too.
there are several, yes.
Especially when you're listening. The first time is like the introduction,
Yeah.
and then you want to go back and hear it again. So if you would read yours, I'd like to hear Sheila's
Yes.
also.
Yes, please do.
Okay. I have a dream. Day turns to night. It is 3 a.m. as I sleep. The blanket is wrapped around me like a king's cape. The headboard is my throne. Before bed, I ask God for a blessing. My eyes close and I descend into sacred time and space. This is the night before the battle. The night before chaos versus cosmos. I fall and I fall into the dream. Just before I hit the courtyard of the castle, I grab hold of a tree branch. The tree is where they say magic happens. I rise from the ground, and there are my inner nights: joy, faith, peace, hope, blessing. They kneel to me, the king. I feel the magic of the tree branch. The knights say the battle begins at 3 p.m. At that moment, a light shines over my bed as I sleep. It is the true king coming. Morning will bring victory.
Through something different than the rational mind.
Yeah.
And we're not taught that. We're not taught that, and so it's only through exposure and experience sometimes that we get to learn that. But I do believe that once you do understand how to apprehend reality through something other than the rational mind, that can apply across many different media.
Uh-huh.
And I also think that once you've done that, if someone's not communicating with you in some level, like you were at the point where you say, I don't even have a clue. If you're not even getting a clue, I'd say that this communicator is having a problem communicating. And that there has to be some thread, even if you're like 2 centuries ahead, there has to be a thread that you can hold on to that pulls you into their world. And if they're not giving you a thread, that's why I say if you want to talk to yourself, keep it to yourself. Put it in a drawer, write a note. 2 centuries from now, pull this out, you'll understand.
But sometimes aren't there artists that are like being pulled into their world? I mean, what their world is like, my God, it's hard to understand their world. Like, I don't know if it would be light years ahead or if it would be more like a sense of being a little bit disturbed or a little bit strange.
Can you give me an example?
Well, like I think of Van Gogh,
Right.
and, you know, as
Right.
the painter, and, you know, as an artist who, you know, at the time it was a very disturbed person, but the things that he painted were, you know, I mean, look at what they're sold for now.
Right.
And so, yes, he was ahead of his time and all that kind of stuff.
However, I think that he was appreciated by some people. I think it was seen. He wasn't just talking to himself. He was talking to some people. If you're talking to some people, that's a clue. But if you're talking to nobody, that's the question. You know, that's the problem. I think that there were people who, even his friend Gauguin, I mean, saw his work, appreciated his work. So clearly he was communicating. Maybe not everybody got it because it was a new aesthetic. Right? It was a new aesthetic that he was offering. But anybody who had access to that ability to receive imagery understood something new is happening here. and
Or
was
to
able-
feel. would you
Yeah, they
say?
could feel the feeling of it.
Okay. Yeah, they weren't like a board, like not feeling. They
No.
were a little bit pliable anyway.
Yeah, they understood something is happening here.
Okay.
And they were being touched in some way, even if they weren't getting the totality of it.
Okay. So there's nobody that far out there.
Well, there could be
That would
schizophrenic. I mean, there could be people living in their own worlds, you know.
Yeah.
And if you're willing to extend yourself without, you know, to some extent, maybe you'll get something out of it. But that doesn't, I don't, that's not to flatten out images either. I think images can have a multitude of meanings, and a poem or work of art exists on a multitude of levels.
Right.
And you come in at your level, you come in at the point of meaning for you, and it's not going to be hitting everybody in the same way. And that's when it's really rich, when it's working at a number of levels at the same time.
Yeah.
And they're all working together. And it's not just a confusion of things. The task of the artist, who's really striving toward excellence, is to be able to work at 5, 6, 7 different levels, all at the same time, and all of them making sense on their own level, and resonating off of each other. And you're not confusing to anyone at whatever level they're entering in. This is the hard part.
We're
Because,
working at 5, 6, 7 levels at one time. What's one level?
oh my God,
At least I didn't ask what's one of the 5 levels. at one
yeah,
time.
you give me one level. Okay, let me see if I have to think of something.
You have 10 minutes.
Let's hold on to that, okay? Maybe you'll come up with the reading tomorrow. You're coming back to the reading, right? But we can talk about this again at the reading.
Can
I
I
don't come up
just-
with something before.
I
the
mean,
reading.
isn't that so, for me, it looks kind of simple, insofar that you can speak on different levels. That means you write a poem, and to, you know, what Larry wrote, to me that image, that falling down into the courtyard, and that kind of speaks to me. While to another person, the images of, you know, that were used. And so, don't you mean that, these different levels? And I remember when I was perhaps 15, 16 or 17 years old, I can still say some of those poems in Dutch. They were very socialist, they were very strong. Hier, daar hoort de paardenbeeld, hier, daar hoort de paardenhoeven, da. I can still say that. That spoke to me so much. That doesn't speak to me as much at this moment in my life. And so, that poem has still, Abena van Scheltema, that was the poet. Abena van Scheltema, hoor daar. Hoor de grond een paard in het wild. Hoort die wilde paardenhoeven. Hoor de grond die dreunt en trilt. Hoor het klotsen van zijn kloeven. Hoela, 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 beest. Ben je levend
And
of
I share an
beest?
apartment with her.
I agree.
And that was
Would you like this?
socialism. That was socialism. There were those horses coming in, you know, and the grond die drummed and trilt. That means that the soil went up and down. that is a level that spoke to me, that poem.
Mhm.
You know, but that poem later on I realized was used in one of those ground places, you know. Then it spoke also about the change of the world,
Right.
but in a very spiritual context.
Right.
That for me, when I was 17 years and I'd never
Right.
heard of the girl except, you know, in a very kind of crazy situation. That, you know, so we heard it. That poem I've heard on different
It
levels.
takes on different meanings depending upon the context or the different
Exactly.
levels, right? That's
And,
what I'm
and that,
talking about.
anyway, when you hear it speaks on different levels, I would think that perhaps,
Yes.
is that not it?
Yes.
Is that a kind
Yes.
of an example?
The imagery takes on a richness and a resonance, you know, that goes beyond any one meaning. So the fact that the true king appears and you say, well, is this a person? Is this God?
Yeah.
Is it the sun? Because you also talk about cosmos, whatever it is. That has a richness. That's a good thing. And it doesn't matter. Whichever interpretation you give to it, the poem is working.
Yes.
And that's when you say it doesn't matter who the true king. It doesn't matter because it's communicating whatever you want to make out of it. It is a problem if he's trying to go for 3 different meanings and none of them hold and it just confuses everything. Then it's a
Yeah.
problem. Russian.
Why don't you read your poem now?
Spring is coming. I see signs of new life. What is it that I feel and see and taste and smell and hear? I love the promise of spring with the memory of my youth, the joy when we went out to jump across the narrow strips of water, separating the fields on the flat lands of Holland. I remember the surprise when we erected sticks to fix lines to draw the laundry. Wonder, oh wonder, the sticks sprout leaves, turning the pole into a tree. Such fertility into the rich soil of Uganda. I want again to take sticks and plant them in fertile soil. Oh God, I can't bear. Tears come easy to me.
Don't stop. That's okay.
I want again to take sticks and plant them in fertile soil, to grow trees and create shades, to protect, to be secure in the intimacy of the circle. I pray that we may be rooted firmly into the ground, with Bill and Saddam and John Paul, with Hillary and Mary and Anne, and with the guests of Francis Inn and those lost in prisons, in refugee camps and hideouts. I know this is utopian, but may we dream that life can come together. Is this naive? Yes, so what? Do I want to take the theme of Werk the Dog as the full truth? I want to live this spring embracing the mystery of life again.
It's kind of, I think when I talk about the processes, I think I was with Sheila, is like, what is really the process of writing? Because I don't normally do it. So I took the first thing and I tried to pick out some important words. And then I don't know if I used those words, but I just got down to the list and I had castle, something that I didn't have in my original story, clicked from my picture into my head, and then that just went, I just went on and
That's
said,
it.
okay, that's it. So here we go.
That's it. That's the process. Just something clicks and you go, and that's it.
And I don't know if it makes sense, but where can I go to see the hand of God? I go to taste ancient motherlands, pristine rivers adorned with sprouting mossy paths for my aching feet. I go to see God's glass case displaying rubies and topaz and emeralds, creating a burning wonder in my eyes, transfixed upon the red, yellow, orange jewels of the Sierra del Carmens along the Rio Grande. That was a long one.
That's great.
I go to rest under evergreens, soft pillows stuffed of fallen pine, needles shielded from the baking of summer days. And I lay meditating to earth songs whispered on the wings of the forest, and smell the swirling clouds of peacefulness. I laugh God's falling leaves tickle my upturned face while they dance on a breeze. I laugh. There God is. God is larger than life creation, born of billowing cloud, of effervescent light, energizing each atom in cosmos. Entering the great cathedral may be as simple as extending a love-filled hand, or to climb into God's castle atop purple giants, I need only to go into my mind.
That was very
Lots of images.
There was some good part there in the middle that I thought could use some cutting.
Yeah, that was kind of.
The rubies?
No, it wasn't
that
rubies.
That was.
No, it was somewhere all around all those clouds, and you were laying in the forest. There was a certain amount, like you were keeping one mood going a bit too long, it seemed, and nothing was really going on. And then you shifted, and so then when you were going to go into the great cathedral, it may only require a love-filled hand, right? And then the other part, then I was with you again. But just before that, for a small period before then, I checked out a little bit. If you want, I mean, this is called editing, right? That's the last stage of the process. Talking about the process,
Yeah.
right? We've been carrying through the process here, huh? There's a kind of a sensation of something, an image comes, something comes out, something leaps at you and you say, yes, I'm excited, I want to follow that. So you follow it through. Sometimes you do some brainstorming, you throw stuff out, and then you extract pieces of it, or just it moves you to the next stage. But you get something, you go with it. Okay. Then once you've got it out there, the next part is, well, maybe I can do some shaping here. Maybe there's some cutting I can do. Maybe there's some things I can do to really make this stronger. Editing. That's the hard work part. Right? And that's the last stage of the process. And that can go on forever. Because finally the poem is never perfect. All you do is you say, I'm done. But there is that stage of working it. And so, if you don't mind, I'm not going to work it all the way through, but I would just like to tell you the part where I sort of felt that you were losing energy. And it's not about good or bad or right or wrong. It's about where is the energy powerful and strong and where is the energy weaker and getting lost.
I had a sense of the beginning and the end of it, and not in the kind of the end to the middle, the middle to the end. I didn't edit it enough because I wasn't finished when we were starting.
Right.
So it you know.
So that you felt the difference when you were writing. You see a difference in
Then
those
I didn't
segments.
get a chance to tweak this part of
Okay.
it. And then I knew, yeah, no, I don't mind at all.
Okay.
That's what I was.
So let's go again. Good. You go again and listen for the point where you feel that she's losing energy. Okay, go ahead.
Where can I go to see the hand of God? I go to taste ancient motherlands, pristine rivers adorned with sprouting mossy paths for my aching feet. I go to see God's glass case displaying rubies and topaz and emeralds, creating a burning wonder in my eyes, transfixed upon the red, yellow, orange jewels of the Sierra del Carmen's along the Rio Grande. I go to rest under evergreens, soft pillows stuffed of fallen pine, needles shielded from the baking of summer days. And I lay meditating to earth songs whispered on the wings of the forest and smell the swirling clouds of peacefulness. I laugh, God's falling leaves tickling my upturned face while they dance on a breeze. I laugh, there is God. God is larger than life, creation.
That's where I start to go out.
Yeah.
Right?
I didn't like that line.
That's the part where we start to check out. Because now you're getting into your head.
Right,
and,
the images
and,
are
and
gone.
the images, you know, you're using, you're pretending to use images, but in fact you've got an idea that you're trying to express, and you're not following the image itself through for its own purposes.
Okay.
All right. And just one other suggestion: swirling with peacefulness. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't need this peacefulness. Try that line without using the word with peacefulness.
And smell the swirling clouds.
And smell the swirling cloud.
Yeah,
That's it. I like that.
I thought some of your images were like, if you took out maybe one word to, you know, tighten it up,
Right.
and it'd be like.
And make it strong. So I
Yeah.
smell the swirling clouds is really strong, much stronger than as well as whirling clouds of peacefulness. Do you see the difference?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm using you as an example. This could be true for anybody. You know what I mean? But we're just
That's
doing
great.
this with you at this point. Okay, so anyway, so keep going from that point, because that's the point we start to go out. Go ahead.
I guess God is larger than life, born of billowing cloud, of effervescent light, energizing each atom in cosmos.
Hey, these are all ideas. These are, you know.
Yeah. Entering the great cathedral may be as simple
There you
as
go. And now we're back
That's
again.
wonderful.
bending a love-filled hand, or to climb into God's castle atop purple giants. I need only to go to my mind.
Nice.
I like that.
That's like a rainbow song.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
But I did, as you said, I had, pieces, I was thinking purple mountains, and I'm like, well, why use mountains? Why not use
Giants.
something else?
Yeah.
Right. Not only that, to say purple mountains.
It's magic.
Imagine they,
Right.
Above the fruit. We'll all start singing.
That's the other side.
It just goes like this.
Those are cliches. That's why you have to watch out for cliches. Right? At this point, purple mountains is a cliche.
Well, that's what I had. I had for purple majestic mountains, and I'm like,
Everybody heard that before.
We'd all sing, Amen.
That's how I came.
But sometimes it can have a place.
Yeah, it's like good
Texas
pizza.
or
Yeah, but she's playing, man.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's a certain humor in
Right.
that, but not, it didn't fit in the atmosphere of this one.
Right.
But when Janet uses this, I mean, it has a sense of humor, has a sense
Right.
of, yeah.
And she intended that.
Yeah.
She was using the cliche
She captured it.
as a way to play,
Right.
and then to jump off of it.
Yeah, I thought it was good.
You
But
were-
yeah, it's the difference.
Yeah, I find I'm full of cliches.
We all are.
We all are.
That's how we talk to each other every day in cliches. That's how we get by.
How are you? Fine.
Fine.
Have a good day.
You don't really want to know, do you?
George Carlin, Okay, this is from the card. Heartbeat, hoofbeat, ride the flame, heed the call. Flame within, flame without, to kindle others' hearts anew. Quo vadis, Sir Salamander, in this desolation? To plant my wand in the sifted sand and draw forth, with living fire from beneath the earth, its own life's water. A great spreading tree shall come to be, and in its veins, a portion of Gaia and of my spirit both shall flow. Guarded I shall against rot of darkness, till desert bloom from the future seedlings, its children.
I like the way you changed the voice there, you can, when you started to make the assertion of what would happen. That was good. That was good. What was
Was that from your card? That was from your card?
Yeah, that was nice.
The Knight of Wands.
Now you don't want me.
Okay, do it again, Jerry.
Yeah.
I've tentatively titled it Knight Errant.
Night what?
Errant.
Do it again, because it was really full of chock full of.
Heartbeat, hoofbeat, ride the flame, heed the call. Flame within, flame without, to kindle others' hearts anew. Quo vadis, Sir Salamander, in this desolation? To plant my wand in the sifted sand and draw forth, with living fire from beneath the earth, its own life's water. A great spreading tree shall come to be, and in its veins, a portion of Gaia and of my spirit both shall flow. Guarded I shall against rot of darkness, till desert bloom from the future seedlings, its children.
It's an anthem, isn't it? It is.
Well, what is Quo vadis?
Yeah, what is going on?
That's the novel. It was, in Latin translates, where do you go?
What is it?
Where you
Where do you go?
Where you go?
Where do you go? That was a novel written by Lew Wallace
Right.
about this soldier that supposedly had the robe of Christ.
Okay.
famous movie or
Yeah,
something.
The Shroud of Turin?
The robe.
The
No,
robe?
the
No,
robe's
that's not the same, okay.
Yeah, the robe is basically,
Okay, it's not the Shroud. The Shroud is something else.
well, the robe was written, I'm sorry, the robe was written by Wallace. Quo Vadis was written by Henry Sankiewicz,
Right.
but the same basic theme. And it's meant in the sense of where are you going with your life.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very nice, Jerry. It's a nice, I mean, it's really, it's a very strong anthem, you know, it's a statement about the call and mission.
Mm.
Yeah. What
Then I got something completely unrelated.
Yeah, what else did you do?
Okay. Crick and crack, a block of rock bashes the face of craggy cliff, leaving behind clacking echoes, sharpened scars, and a shadowed ghost of what once was. Crash and smash, a boulder bounds through fir and sedge, splintered wood in its wake, an erratic furrow plowing down the slope, to splash down in the scrubbing stream. Bump and thump, a rounded stone, endlessly rolls over, ever wearing edges of its fellows and its own, borne forward, fast on flood, crawl, and current, to ever lower level. Slish and slosh, a pearly drain washes in and riffles out, along limitless strand, a remnant of rock jutting proud in the mountains, lost among billions.
Well, you did a lot with sound in there, didn't you?
But I have an affinity for that sort
Yeah,
of
yeah, a
thing.
lot going on in terms of sound. Very nice.
Yeah, I like alliteration.
Yeah. Gerard Manley Hopkinish.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice, Jerry. And that one you were really, I felt you were just with the image, you know, and then you just kept following along.
Yeah, you start out with the huge mass breaking and going down to the sea, and you got your little teeny grain of sand and all stuff.
When a person reads their poem,
Mm-hmm.
is for me quite different than if I opened up a book
Mm-hmm.
and didn't know the poet or the poem and started to read it. So how am I supposed to try, I'm going to answer my own question, I'm sure of it. How am I supposed to try and understand it when I haven't got that sound that poet really had in its heart?
I mean, you're pointing to, you know, something that's really, really important, in that poetry did begin as an oral medium, and that's its origin. Its origin is around the campfire, and not really belonging to any one person, right? That was part of a larger system of ritualizing within all the people, where you play music, you know, you'd sing, you would chant, you would speak words, and all of it was about fighting or draw paintings on the caves, and all this was believing that language had magical properties. You know, if you just put them in the right order, with the right music, you could make something happen. You know, you could express the voice of your people, but you could also ensure a successful hunt. You could bring the rain. You could, you know, change the world somehow through the right sequence of words. And that's kind of interesting, because there's a way in which poetry is still connected to that, with the idea that he has a feeling, he wants her to know and to have his feeling. That's about transformation. He wants to somehow get himself into herself and make magic happen.
Yeah.
Right. It is an oral medium. It was an oral medium until around the time of the invention of the printing press, and then, you know, as we go into the 1700s, 1800s, and started getting written down more and more and more. Until we get to the point that we're at in this century, where it has like sort of lost its orality and becomes like something on a piece of paper in a book that you study in school, maybe, or only because you have to.
I think the ultimate was kind of somebody like Yeats, where you have 32 volumes to explain one volume of his poetry.
Yeah. Yeah, and you need footnotes, and, you know, and all that stuff. There was a movement through the 60s, or even back with the beat poets, let's say, the 50s. Let's go back as far as the beat poets, where they brought it back into the cafes, where they tried to get it out of the book and back on the floor and into the room where the people are and saying it out loud. And they broke with academic poetry, and they started to just create poetry that was using a language of the streets and the way people spoke. And that there is still that movement that continues up in today with hip hop poetry and and rap and things like that. Whether you like it or not, it doesn't matter. The point is that it really is taking itself from the language of the people in the streets. And it's breaking that academic mold. But it also happened with there was a whole movement of performance poetry, which in fact is how I came to poetry back in the 60s and 70s. And that was coming out of the anti-war movement, out of the feminist movement, where ordinary folks were looking to poetry again as a way to energize and inspire themselves for the struggle. And to believe that they were part of something that they could hold together in solidarity. So that poetry came back in at that time also, as an oral medium. So that there is this split in some ways between what's on the paper and what gets spoken. And what you're saying is you really respond more, and maybe you're saying it in a way too, Lainey, when you say I don't have a clue. The thing that you don't have a clue to on paper, you might have access to if you heard the poet reading it.
Yes.
Because the poet reading it brings the presence and the emotion that you're not getting off of the paper. When I write, I say it out loud. I have to hear it. So that I'm writing it, and then I'm saying as much as I've got so far out loud so that I can hear the next word in a way. And I have to keep saying it over and over again, sometimes out loud, so I can hear the language, so I can hear the sound. I think that when we read other people's poems, and this is back to your question, how do I get it off the page? Read it out loud.
Yeah.
It's meant to be read out loud. It's really an oral medium, and we've taken the printing press as a way to diffuse it, diffuse it among people to make it more available beyond the presence of the poet, him or herself. But it really is an oral medium.
Okay, and then for some poems, you definitely have to have a certain level of education in worldly writings or worldly happenings to really even understand it.
To understand the references.
Yeah.
Very often.
I would have.
Very often that's the case. Those are not my favorite kinds of poems. That's a personal thing. I don't really appreciate, or at least that's about different levels, okay? Because we're back to the question of levels. If you really need to know who this god was, who this goddess was, what was this event in order to understand this poem, for me that's only working on one level. Which doesn't mean you don't have references, but I think that there's a way in which it can have meaning even if you don't know specifically who that god is or who that goddess was or what that event was. That's just another layer of meaning. For me, and this is just a personal thing, I think that a poem, I want my poetry to be accessible at the emotional, psychic, spiritual level, regardless of the references. I shouldn't need to know historical reference in order to appreciate what's going on. The historical reference becomes an enrichment, an echo of a universal truth that is not attached to any one time or place. That's my favorite kind of poetry.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, the last one I read, I used my background as a landforms geographer.
But that didn't matter.
Yeah, that's what I say. I think, as far as I know, it wasn't. I didn't use any of the technical terms of the trade.
Right. And even if you had, there's a way in which those could have been used that I would need to understand it in order to get what you're talking about. But if I do know those terms, then it just enriches it for me.
Yeah.
I know the first person I tossed in gay and a couple things, although they're not exactly too esoteric. I do sometimes get a little ticked where guys are throwing out classical references like by the numbers, and I'm saying, gee, it's awful nice you learned your classics well.
See, I don't care. But like I said, there are those who like that, so I'm not going to say that it's wrong. There are those who do that. It's not something I particularly appreciate. And if you got to know those references, then I think it's not working in the moment, in our time, for our people today.
I think it's a sense of if there's a spot where it absolutely has to go in to make the thing make sense.
Even if you don't know the references, because the imagery is just so captivating, right? But meanwhile, he tried to give some bit of information to help explain some of what he had in there. And it helps if you know what the wasteland is connected to the Grail myth. I mean, there's a lot that helps, right? But ultimately, the imagery is there. And the more you know about its history and what it's connected to, the more rich the poem becomes, but you can still do it without having that information. And for me, it has come through the process of writing. I hated poetry. Let me just say that. I always hated poetry. It didn't make any sense at all. I said, if you want to say it, just say it straight out. What's with all the images, right? But then I was married, I had a baby, I didn't have much time, and folk music was popular, so I started writing little poems, sort of. You know, they weren't really poems, but they were my self-expressions. Okay. And then I started to write it a little bit better, and I would tell it to my friends, and they told me, oh, you should do this with your poems at the Feminist Festival, blah, 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 blah. I did all that. I still wasn't reading anybody else's poetry. I was loving mine, and maybe some other people's I heard. And then I don't know how it happened, but one day I picked up Sylvia Plath. And it was like, I started to understand something that I hadn't been able to understand before. I knew she was doing something different than me, and it wasn't like, let me just express myself. I knew she was doing something in some other part of her brain, and I was starting to have a glimpse. Where is that coming from upon hearing of whose injury? But upon hearing of your injury, I had to wonder, and I got excited. I don't know why it excited me, it just did. And I listened for the next line, and it was, it is summer. Upon hearing of your injury, I had to wonder, it is summer. And there's a deadness in me. So I mean, it was coming, there were words, there were lines, and I didn't know where they were coming from, but one of them I felt excited. From that moment on, two things happened. One was, I could never write a poem anymore if I knew what I wanted to say, because I'd be bored. That what made a poem interesting for me was discovering what was going to be said, or at least discovering the way in which it was going to be said. And the second thing happened is I knew how to read poetry. I knew how to respond to images, because I had had the experience of creating one that came without my intellectual, my rational. I won't say not, it was all intellectual, without my rational translation or intervention. That's why I say sometimes you have to experience it in order to know what I'm talking about. So we have glimpses. It's a process of learning to write. It's a process of learning to read. Now this is the level of poetry I'm saying, the kind that you say, I'm clueless. Mm-hmm. It's not the level of poetry where it's very clear and it's, made for the rational mind. It's another thing.
Did that experience of coming to you, like you talked about, teach your rational mind how to do that?
Well, it helped my rational mind to understand what needed to happen in order for me to be able to do it. And so it stopped trying to interfere. And then the rational mind came in as editor. Because it's not like the rational mind gets left behind. The rational mind then comes along and says, okay, now am I communicating? Is this just my little private universe? Now how do I shape this thing in such a way that it's first of all powerful? That is, I could say without peacefulness, and that makes the image stronger. That's my rational mind saying that, right? Mm-hmm. In terms of editing it, either making it stronger or making it, or doing the editing in order to communicate better. That I'm not just in my private little world, but that there's a line out to the other, so that they can understand what's going on. That's the rational mind that does that also.
So when you sit down to write a poem, you don't have a topic in mind?
Sometimes I do,
Sometimes.
but very often, but I don't know how I'm going to explore it. Like, for example, there's this mountain I'm writing about. Now, see, I've gotten to this. I mean, there used to be a time when I would take one thing and I'd knock off a poem in a day or two, and, working image, lyric poem, 16, 20, 21, I got it. I don't do that anymore. I'm not interested in that anymore. I do long things. I take something now and it goes on for years. I'll spend years on a poem. But because it's going on, it's a sequence, it's a series. It's not just one lyric. And so right now I'm working on a very long poem about a butte in South Dakota. And it's section after section after section, and they're all connected, and they're all part of a spiritual journey. The focal point, the point of focus is the butte. What is a butte? It's a thing that raises up off the land, and it's a little bit flat on top, and then it goes back down again.
It's like a mesa that's been cut down to size.
Bless you.
So I know I knew I wanted to write about the butte. But what I was going to say about, I was going to discover about it, was just like I have elements, but I don't, about learning. I am discovering now in the process. And then one day out of Grellville, when I first got back from having been treated for breast cancer, that was sort of sitting in my mind, but it wasn't anything I needed to go writing about at that point. Nothing had moved. And then one day we were in the library and somebody said, oh, that plant, that's a night blooming cereus. I said, a night blooming cereus? What's a night blooming cereus? I'd never heard of it before. And it's an ugly thing too. But she said, oh, it has a blossom and it only opens at night and it only stays open for a few hours and then it dies. A night blooming cereus. And it hit me somewhere in here and I said, I got to do something with this night blooming cereus. And it stayed inside for a long time, and then little by little pieces came of what this poem was. And it was about a year and a half of different sections coming at different times. Because I was discovering the poem. All I knew was I got excited about the idea, the image of the night blooming, this flower that opens for a few hours into the dark and then dies. Let's see.
I have one, I didn't finish it, so if I read it, it's gonna kind of, come to like I probably have 3 sentences to go or something like that, but
Maybe it'll happen as you read it.
maybe they'll, yes, and I'll take suggestions too. I had the one with the girl with the chalices of wine that were on the ground, that's what this is about. These chalices of wine, who has spilled them? I left for a moment, brief, and then they were flowing, and the wine was bittersweet. The stillness echoes with the sound of my heart pounding. The tears and the wine of what has been saturate the dry, parched earth. My nostrils burn of the powdered, dusty reminder of my powerlessness. Can I fill this cup again with the wine of yesterday? Can I drink again the bittersweet wine of youth? The silent, winded air speaks to confirm my desolation. Why? This land has been ravaged. The wine has been outpoured. The earth has been parched until it bleeds, and I whisper, why? But there is water with which to fill the cup. I do not want this water. The land is dry and the water will refresh, but I do not want this water. The water is living, and so will you, and so will you live. This chalice has been burned into the ground. The dried wine has buried the rim. And I am tired, and it is not, and I'm tired, and it is hot, too hot to bend and dig, and it will hurt. Will you not bend? Will you not reach? Will you not dig? The echo of a living past questions. Will you not trust? These chalices of wine, it does not matter who has filled them. And although the wine was sweet, it was also bitter.
That sounded like the end to me.
Really did?
Yeah,
Beautiful.
sometimes if we don't have anything else to say, it's because it's done.
It's done. Well, okay. I just kind of wrote that as I heard something else, and I
Yeah.
thought, oh, that kind of, it sparked something else, and that's how I ended it.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I have things crossed out and redone, so.
No, that was complete. That was all together. That, once again, it's a pattern and it's repetitions and all of that. One thing I missed. The first thing you read this morning, right? About I missed this girl in the wilderness. There was something raw about this. What I heard as a child, right? This little girl with a cape over her.
Mm-hmm.
In mourning.
In mourning.
Yeah, this is an adult.
This was an adult.
This is an adult.
I missed that little girl in the wilderness.
You missed the, okay.
I really liked her.
Is she there? Did we miss it in your reading? Or
Yeah,
She,
the
well,
I took her place.
Maybe
You
she's
know
in
what?
mourning because she grew up.
It could be. I mean, she grew up.
Maybe that's one reason.
Oh dear, there's another topic for another time.
Maybe that's why adults in such a funk.
I'm writing it from the adult.
Yes, an adult. And this morning we were talking about a little girl, right?
Yeah. I don't know what happened. I guess I sat down and
You made the focus the chalices, is what
Right.
happened, and the
Yeah.
wine inside the chalice, so
Yeah.
that's what you focus on. That's fine, you did it good.
Yeah.
That's all together.
okay.
I love that, you know. There was something so raw and a little bit, and so sad about that little girl that, maybe it's just me, I was responding to the image, you know, in mourning.
But what she just read, there wasn't a piece that was out of context.
No, what she read was
no.
fine. It's not
Really
about this
fine.
piece. This piece is done, and it's good, and it's doing the work that she wanted it to do, and it's telling, you know, a whole story and a whole journey of life, you know? She's doing that. That's why I was just saying this little girl was in mourning.
She gave us cherry pie and Sharon thought she was going to get chocolate cake.
NutraSweet cherry pie, chocolate cake with ice cream on top.
And really,
I like
as
cherry
bad as
pie
maybe
and
I have to
chocolate
write a poem about a little girl with a cake out in the wilderness. You know,
Yeah.
because that was the thing I was responding
Yeah.
to. You know, that might be more of a point, you know?
Well, and maybe at some point I'll sit down and I'll think, I was thinking, I like this card. Do you have a copy machine that I can make a copy of this card?
Oh.
And then I was thinking, well, I mean, this is a tarot deck, right? You can just buy this
Yeah.
and they're all the same.
Yeah.
So, but I was thinking, there was some reason that this image touched me today. And
Well, I could get a copy made at some point, you know,
well,
but we don't have one in the house.
it's not that big of a deal. I was just thinking in my mind, I like this card.
Mm.
And I could keep writing on this card.
Yeah, there's other stuff you could say about it.
Yeah.
Well, what's even interesting is that you called this a little girl, and it was an adult. This is not a little girl.
Yeah.
But this
Oh, that's
morning
the
she
one.
called, this is the one, but this morning she called it a little
Oh,
girl.
how about that? You saw it as a little
So
girl.
you saw it as a little girl this morning.
I saw her posture, the way she's kind of standing.
Yeah.
I saw it as kind of girl-ish.
She's just very tall.
She's a tall,
Tall little
she's
girl.
an adolescent.
A tall little girl.
We'll compromise. She's an adolescent.
Anyway, good, Chris. That's all together.
That's
That's
right.
done.
A lot of times, the things you go through to become an adult can be sometimes a bit of a wrench. And well, one day you're da-da-da-da-da, and the next thing, hey, this is really serious. And I wish I was where I was yesterday.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Can you read it again,
Yes.
please?
Yeah, I don't like that.
That happened a lot to 18 and 19-year-olds, in combat.
Yeah, really.
Well, that's kind of what, it's a transitional kind of thing, I think.
Yeah, read it again.
Try to pick up where I scratched out and like have little arrows.
She may be looking for a lost childhood.
It could be. These chalices of wine, who has spilled them? I left for a moment, brief, and then they were flowing and the wine was bittersweet. The stillness echoes with the sound of my heart pounding as the tears and wine of what has been. As the tears and wine of what has been saturate the dry and parched earth. My nostrils burn of the powdered, dusty reminder of my powerlessness. Can I fill this cup again with the wine of yesterday? Can I drink again the bittersweet, sweet wine of youth? The silence, winded air speaks to confirm my desolation. Why? This land has been ravaged. The wine has been outpoured. The earth has been parched until it bleeds. And I whisper, why? But there is water with which to fill the cup. I do not want this water. The land is dry and the water will refresh, but I do not want this water. The water is living, and so will you, and so will you live. This chalice has been burned into the ground. The dried wine has buried the rim. I am tired, and it is hot to bend and to dig, and it will hurt. Will you not bend? Will you not reach? Will you not dig? The echo of a living past questions, will you not trust? These chalices of wine, it does not matter who spilled them. And although their wine was sweet, it was also bitter.
You know, that could very well be an alternative script for A Wounded King.
That's right. Oh, I don't hear another play coming on.
Now you've got it right here.
Now you know why you're here.
I am present in the world now. I see, I hear, I taste, I touch, I smell, I feel, I remember, I look forward, I am scared, I am happy, I hope, I trust.
What's your title?
Well, I got it this morning from that whole notion of presence.
Right.
Yeah.
Mhm. That sounds like a prayer, Mary.
Yeah.
It does.
It's that damn positive attitude.
It's a prayer. It's a prayer.
Well, there were a couple of things, like I was really trying to, because I went out in the middle of the day, and then when I was coming back, I was trying to gather up the pieces I had left.
Yeah.
And then before I came, there were some things I was had been working in my head, trying to get together. And so I just sat here for, I had about an hour after I got back, so I had to finish up, and I thought I would never get anything together. And then finally, that whole thing of presence, and then it just was the sensations.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had taken one of those, the tarot cards with the tower on it, the burning tower and all that.
Tower of Destruction, it's called.
Right, yeah. And
Wow. That doesn't sound so optimistic,
no,
does it?
it wasn't. And I was thinking, when I was in Ireland recently, I had been to see all those towers that are at the monastic sites. And I'm sure they were centers of terror and destruction at certain times. And then there's this whole story of St. Barbara and the tower. And and when we had the St. Bridget night, Helen talked about how how that was used in its kind of evolution of a certain story, to a Christian interpretation or something. So anyway, I sort of got that, and then there was all the Vikings attacking the tower, and then I sort of thought some of the things like Delaney was saying, all those awful things that are happening right now.
Right.
And so I was thinking, of all the things of the past, like I remember, and then trying to be, hopeful, looking forward. So, and then, sometimes how afraid I am. Then sometimes I'm happy I get together a little bit. And so that's how.
So would you read it again? To me, this feels like a prayer.
Okay. I am present in the world now. I see, I hear, I taste, I touch, I smell. I feel, I remember. I look forward. I am scared. I am happy. I hope. I trust.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And, well, I guess another thing that came up for me, I was up at the Commission on the Status of Women meets at the UN in the beginning of March, and there was some of the non-governmental organizations, which the Grail is one. We came together last week and talking about one of the women. There's a convention on the elimination of discrimination against women, and there's ways that women are discriminated against are brought to bodies connected to the UN. And so people, when we're going down through what's going on in Dominican Republic, in Mexico to women, in the Arab countries, in the capitalist countries, all these things. And I thought, why do we even keep on? We're just such at the beginning of this women's struggle. And then I thought, well, just being there in that group on Thursday afternoon, these people are really working, really trying to be conscious of the women of the world. Women are trying, and I know from all my experiences being in Beijing and so forth, you know, people are really out there working. So I do have a level of hope, even though it's so easy to catalog all the really, really bad discrimination against women, and then working in the archdiocese.
You know what they're making me think of, though, as you're talking there? I mean, at one level, what you wrote there, you know, it's kind of universal. It's like a prayer. You take that and say, okay, just leave that as it is. That's a prayer. But as you're talking, it makes me want you to go back and fill in each of those lines.
Yes.
And in fact, it seems to fill it in perhaps just even with scenes from that meeting.
Yeah.
So that so I see what? I hear what? It's all about hope. What's giving you hope, all right? I trust is the final thing.
It's the final thing.
Yeah.
So that there's a way in which you could fill out each
Yes.
of those lines with a concrete thing that is showing
Yes.
this effort toward trusting and hoping.
And that would be a very difficult thing for her to do, I think,
Why?
because I think it's very hard.
It is. It's very hard. It's
You know,
very hard.
I think, I see, what do you see really happening? I hear, what do you really hear happening? in a
But she
positive
said
sense?
she felt it, and that's why I thought of it, because she said she was at that, we're talking about you in the third person now. She was at that meeting
Right.
In
on
order for
Beijing,
her-
and she was feeling hope.
In order for her to maintain her sanity and stay in the archdiocese and everything else, and live here, she must maintain her health, her hope.
What do you mean to live here? Is there anything? What do you mean to live here? Hey!
You didn't know, did you?
Well, I didn't suggest that she fill in the blanks with stuff, with material from the archdiocese, but I think with that meeting in Beijing, she could
Right.
fill in the blanks.
Right,
That's
something
what she was
that's
referring to.
totally intangible,
Yeah.
something that you can't
No, it's got to be very concrete, and there's stuff at that meeting. So you can refer to seeing those women at that meeting, hear the voice of what they were saying, you know, like just to try to fill in those lines a little
Right.
bit. And then that becomes a picture of hope for you.
Mm-hmm.
Which isn't to say what you've got there that can't stand on its own, because it
Right.
can, as I said, it's a prayer.
Right.
But as a picture of hope,
Mm-hmm.
perhaps if you were filling in some of those lines with that definite concrete scene, something else could happen also.
It also sounds like the progression to the hope point, an exercise that any one of us could take those words and
Absolutely.
fill it in, or say you have a problem and try to fill that problem into that space.
And end up with, I trust.
Right, end up with what you trust with.
That's
Yeah.
right.
The
You
other
would have
guy,
the time to do that. I would really like to meet with you.
you know, hope is one of those words, when I hear the word hope, it always sounds so good. It makes me feel like hope. And as you were talking and describing, you know, things, I got the sense that hope also is a word that has a lot of pain and struggle. Because to keep working, to keep maintaining hope, when for something that you probably will never see yourself, or at least some things I work on that I know darn well I'm never going to see, there's some call or mission, or it's a struggle to do that, where it's easier, in many ways, you'd have more free time if you didn't do it. You know what I mean? But there is some, so it's a feel-good word, but it's not, it's work, it's struggle. And
Not an easy word.
yeah, it's not like we just say, oh, have hope. It's hard to have hope, you know, it's not just a feel-good word.
Isn't the Spanish word for hope is esperanza?
Esperanza.
Now, what does that mean?
And waiting. It means hope and waiting.
And waiting.
Hope and waiting?
Waiting. And waiting is hard.
It's something to do with the spirit
Yeah.
or something.
And I think it kind of brings you into like the whole Advent theme,
Mhm.
and to wait, and then and birth is painful,
Right.
and all
Right.
that stuff. You know, there's so many like metaphors
Right.
when you talk about
Yeah.
hope, I think.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I have to give part of the credit to the alternate melody on the second verse, to a woman by the name of Helen Stanko, who helped on some of the music. I understand some of the context.
No, she's not.
This was written written on November 13th, 1970. I had just recently come in contact with the Catholic Charismatic Renewal, and I was in the process of going through sort of a conversion experience at the time.
Yeah,
And
okay.
this whole thing poured out
Okay,
roughly
I'll
approximately
call
20
you.
to 25
I
minutes.
came back in.
You were inspired, in other words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not exactly the same as writing secular poetry. There's a little different dimension.
Hi, folks.
Hey, folks, sorry.
That's okay.
Hello.
No problem. There we go. Anyone here?
Nope, it's yours, it's waiting for you.
I can tell. I didn't want to say it out loud.
It's your
I
same
did.
seat, isn't it? Hey, Lainey, come on in.
Thank you. Just getting started. Jerry's going to sing for us a psalm that he wrote and was put to music.
Mm-hmm.
28 years ago. Let the earth ring the Lord, for too long has it been still, and sadness cast its shadow where joy should bloom forever. Sing the Lord in the mountains, cry out over the plains. For those who received his bounty have forgotten his name. Yet the streams murmur his goodness, and the winds sounded o'er the earth. Therefore let us take heed of the word and spread it to our fellow men. Let the earth ring the Lord, for too long has it been muffled, and misery stifles the air where happiness should blossom. Sing the Lord in the cities, shout out over the fields. For those who received his knowledge have forgotten his call. Yet the stars proclaim his summons, and the light shines on many places. Therefore let us take heed of the way and show it to our fellow men. Let the earth ring the Lord, for too long has it been silent, and despair lowers a gloom where hope should bud and burst forth. Sing the Lord in the dwellings, cry out over the roads. For those who received his counsel have forgotten his law. Yet the waves thunder his presence, and the seas send them as rain to all. Therefore let us take heed of the truth and give it to our fellow men. Let the earth ring the Lord, for too long has it been dormant, and hatred raises a storm where love should flower forever. Sing the Lord in the mine shafts, shout out over the clouds. For those who received his blessing have forgotten his care. Yet fires crackle out his warmth, and the smoke takes tidings far afield. Therefore let us take heed of the life, and be it to our fellow men. Let the earth ring the Lord, for too long has it been still. Let not death cast its shadow where life should bloom forever.
Thank you.
Wow.
No,
I think it sounded like a song.
And when we think about it, the songs really were supposed to be sung, and we don't do that, but they really were intended for that. David was
Yeah,
Musician.
sung prayers.
yeah.
Well, they have a few odds and ends that were written by other people buried in there. For whatever reason, for a period of about 6-7 years, I wrote rather intensively, and then things just sort of dried up a bit.
We'll be going around doing some more. Actually, here comes the one with the man and the angel. Put it to the women. They're coming. The women are coming.
Well, it could be human. and
That's
angel,
right.
But it really was coming through more as a man's voice.
So she's the man and I'm the angel. She asked me, what do you want to be, the man or the angel? The angel's kind of cool.
What does God really want of us? Why is he so hard to see? They say he makes all the world, yet life confuses me.
Your mind needs opening to our light.
I heard someone say,
The harshness of your natural world keeps spiritual light away.
if you're my angel, let's see you. I was quick to express, I long to see his hallowed head and light and flowing dress.
Kind sir, be still, don't look about. You're trying much too hard. Flittering here and everywhere, only my voice regard. That's why I like the angel. Only my voice regard. I am not high, nor am I low, nor in what's gross, nor smart, but in a tiny little spot inflowing to your heart.
When I am still, I think I see the truth of what you say. But it's so hard to see your face. Why do you fade away?
You are the one who quickly runs when first you start to see. Here I wait most patiently for but a glance from thee.
Why? There's no fun in that. Aren't there better things to do? I'd be off exploring galaxies or learning something new.
There's but one reason that I stay, why here I'm glad to be. Until your mind is opened wide enough to clearly see that it's our Savior who has asked for me to stay by you. He's the only one who cares, no matter what you do.
I know. It's always him. He's all you talk about. Tell me about your latest trip. See, you're getting me to shout.
You'll see, as soon as life you pass over to our shore, you're not very well prepared. Our good you would ignore.
Tell me quick whatever's your name, guardian or power. Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, I haven't got an hour.
I can't because you make a joke and pressure me to say, pray, listen with intent to learn, or I will fade away. In this world where truth is light, it uncovers all deceits and joins with love within our hearts, creating lasting peace. When from your distant earth I came, I had to follow the plan and bring only the love I had for God and fellow humans.
Well, for sure I'll be ashamed I haven't much of that. Only a recent model car, CDs, the Persian cat.
They will not do.
He read my mind.
To understand is hard. You read the contents of your heart, all else we disregard. We read the contents of your heart, all else we disregard. Your money, houses, cat and car, your wealth, and even fame very quickly fade from view. They simply don't remain. Here, there is no stone or brick that crumbling fall apart. Homes seem the same, but are made from the intentions of our heart. If we will good, our house becomes beautiful and light. If we will ill, then all becomes thick darkness to our sight.
But I can't live the way you do. I don't love my fellow man. Most times I'm greedy, cruel, or cold. I don't fit in God's plan.
Don't be afraid. Make your mistakes. You're not a perfect man. Just know you are God's special child, and He understands how difficult it is for you to learn to go His way and give up what in selfishness you cling to every day. But He wants to be with you. I beg you to explore the secrets of this spiritual world. Vast richness lays in store. Behind easily opened doors, your interest is the key. Don't be afraid. Don't always run. Try standing quietly. Freely we to heaven come, and in the same way stay, the Lord insists. It is His rule, and so I will say, I love my work. My use is to gently encourage hope of greater and more kindly worlds to come and envelop a human on the natural plane when he is full of doubt, or running always to and fro, ignorant about heaven, where happiness is real. To come is in man's power if he permits love's tender ways to guide his every hour. He won't speak. Opportunities to grow abound. In these no one is poor. They're worth more than all the earths you'd mindlessly explore, or all the goods you'd pile up until your life is spent. In death you'd wander without goals, forever discontent. How would you find your heavenly home, not knowing to observe the infinity of life within that earth is made to serve? With no spiritual goals in sight, our world man does not see. Then death comes to close the way back to earth permanently. But like a steep mountain top, you've struggled hard to climb. You'll have from here to a perfect view of all that's in your mind. You'll see that love's the only thing, life's basic building block. Here we have eternity, you but a ticking clock.
If that's true, I'd like to go with you permanently. But still I'm here and cannot see the necessity of giving up all I have in my life here on this earth to live in somber solitude awaiting my rebirth.
Well then don't. Just take care to keep things in perspective. Allow your life on earth to serve heaven's directive. Then you and I will closer grow, my heart into your soul. When heaven and earth communicate, the Lord achieves God's goal. I'm sorry.
My, that's quite something.
How long did it take you to do that?
About 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Came right like that. I was telling Sean, it was one of those few things, that rare instance where it just comes. So great. So much fun.
Actually, I can start with one that really came like that too. It really was the beginning of, some of the poems that I put down to read. But it was, like I'd been writing my stuff in my little book, like my journals and stuff like that. And I had all these little poems that I would write and stuff like that. And then one day I was watching television, and I saw this program of black women poets, and I'd never seen anything like it. This was in the early 70s. And it was the beginning, I didn't know it, but it was the beginning of the performance poetry movement in this country. And Nikki Giovanni was there, and I remember her. I don't remember the names of the others. It could be Antazaki Shangi was there, but the ones who were coming along at that time, they were there. And so like I was this neurotic housewife, and I'd stay in the house, and I would sing songs, and Robin would be there, and we'd imagine, it was my daughter, and we'd imagine that I was a star. And I would sing her these songs. Now, the problem was I didn't have a good voice. I mean, I could sing, but I didn't have a real voice, so I could never hope to fill, a large hole with my singing. But I used to do that. And then when I saw these black women, I realized, oh my God, I could do poetry. Because what they were doing is they were just like standing there, and they had a podium, and they had the words, but they weren't really even looking at them. They were looking at the camera. And it was, and their bodies would move as they did, the poem, and it was like a song. I thought, that is so beautiful. So I can't sing, but I can write. So maybe I could do what they do. And that was the beginning, really, when I understood really what a poem could be. And it wasn't just about something on the paper. So anyway, right after that, I immediately went into the bedroom. And I wrote this poem which I finally called In Admiration of Black Sky. Right. And he says, and it came out just like that. That's what it was. I am cool. I have got to be cool. I have got to maintain my cool in the face of all adversities, otherwise I'll be gone. I'll be dead and gone. I'll be dead and gone and swept so low that some will never show above my head again. Oh, no. Because I'm just one woman. I'm just one poor woman. I'm just one poor, simple woman, trying to hold on to a dream of making each day count for something more than the one that went before, and it ain't easy. It sure as hell ain't easy. But I keep trying. And sometimes my head is high like a kite. My back is straight. I am walking tall and proud. My mind's floating in a sea of possibilities, and I feel good. Oh, yes, do I feel good. And there ain't no one living or passing on ever going to put me down. Because I'm cool. I've got to be cool. I have got to maintain my cool in the face of all adversities, otherwise I'll be hurting. I'll be sad and hurting. And that ain't never going to make it nohow. I love doing that. That was fun. I told Mike and my husband, we were married at the time, he said, oh, that's really, you sound just like those women. Well, again, that was my intention. The only problem, of course, that I wasn't black. So I really couldn't go on writing as much as I found the music. So then the goal was, how do I get the, my music? And of course from there, after I stopped singing songs, I started writing these poems where I could, I could imagine, an audience I would perform for. Meanwhile, I was living all alone. It was just me and Robin every day. So the next thing that came up really soon after, a few days later, is something called Notes from the Nursery. And this felt closer to my own music, which might have been something of the streets where I was growing up. This is Notes from the Nursery. My first name's Mama, so now I'm special. One night, I had an impulse to be Mama, so now I'm very special. And all the days sashaying make me dizzy once in a while, thank God for TV sets and cigarettes. But what's so special about dying of lung cancer? This child's life is knitted up in mine, and the tapestry grows fuller, while the wool gets thinner, and my feelings seeming flimsier, till her laughter strikes the proper chord once more, and I am Mama. And she tells me that she loves me. I'm singing the Goodbye Guilty Blues again, to the tune of But I'm Only Human, with the I Have Rights 2 waltz playing in the background, and I know that it's all true. But tell that to the knot that twists my belly too many times. My child means everything to me. But still, I order her to the TV set so I can puff another cigarette in peaceful contemplation on the essence of the universe for the 100th time today. What night was it we fell asleep, wrapped up in each other's arms, humming lullabies? And I dreamt TV died of lung cancer, and I gave up smoking.
That's superb.
That was good. It's definitely modeled on the former one. It was really good.
Right. I like that I Have Rights 2 waltz. I'm thinking, oh yeah.
So these were like, performance poems, and so, as I started going out and doing them, I eventually ended up going to college and meeting women. It was the beginning of the feminist movement. Robin was in a daycare center. And so I got to make friends, And so we would get together, and I would do poems, and they would do poems, and I started doing a feminist festival. And that was really the beginning of my taking myself seriously as a poet. It was basically performance stuff. And there's this one piece that I'll do now, which was sort of a culmination of that whole beginning performance era. It's called Mosadi, which a friend of mine told me was an African, a West African word that meant woman, and also meant wife. Mm-hmm. They meant the same thing. And here's the woman. Okay. I don't know if I need to, I could stand up for this. Let's see what happens. See how she she stretches her fingers to the sun. She is a green grass dancer, Mosadi, body swelling, muscle rivers running. She is a runner trying for passage beyond the sky. She races and weeps in celebration each spring when she takes as her lover the earth. For the autumn, she chants hours to the wind. Mosadi means woman, she thunders, and she stretches her fingers to the sun. She's a green grass dancer, Mosadi, body swelling, muscle rivers running. Ain't no one can boogie like Mosadi. She is smooth. She is cool. She maintains control of every motion going down. She is a master of the boogie. Mosadi means woman. She laughs deep and she orders another drink. I am the keeper of the power. See what I mean? I can do anything. I got no sympathy for people moaning and groaning in their misery. They're going to be like me. She laughs. She grabs a partner for the dance. Ain't no one can boogie like Mosadi. When hard times hit Mosadi, she pretended not to notice. Her legs gone wooden, her motions graceless. The sun, like a cold yellow patch in the sky waiting to crush her in a sandwich between sky and earth. She pretends to laugh when people say Mosadi's dance is not what it used to be. Mosadi means woman, she hums, remembering the sound of drums, no longer pounding. Mosadi has moved to the sea this summer. She roams deserted beaches, collecting ocean artifacts, studying the eating habits of ocean birds. She watches for changes and wonders at her anguish. Each sunset, she climbs to the highest dune and presses her head down to the sands. Mosadi is afraid. She prays and waits through the night. She would like to understand the meaning of the moon. Mosadi is learning to play the flute. Friends notice her voice a little softer. She moves a little slower, speaks less. Sadness in her eyes. She boogies even better than before. Mosadi means woman. She laughs deep, and she orders another drink. We are the sharers in the power. And the moon is quietly inevitable. See how she stretches her fingers to the sun. She is a green grass dancer, Mosadi, body swelling, muscle, rivers running. See how she settles palms upon the earth. She is a moonlight disciple, listening. Mosadi means woman. She whispers, and she stretches her fingers to the sun.
A little bit of interplay there with modern technology in the poem.
So,
When did you make that one? Because I've heard it a long time.
yeah, I would do it off and on in the Grail. That's a thing that people ask for.
Yeah.
You know, like, oh, you do Mosadi. And I got kind of sick of it for a while, but I haven't done readings.
Yeah.
It's been a while now, so
It's really neat.
I did that probably in the mid-70s.
Uh-huh.
But it's also,
and then at that point, I was, I'd be out doing readings and I heard someone said, it was reported back to me that somebody at one of these readings says, "Oh, Sharon, she does good shtick."
She does
Shtick. She does good shtick, which meant that she wasn't really doing poetry. She was doing shtick.
How about shtick?
Shtick. You want to explain what shtick is? Do you know what shtick is?
I don't know, English word, it's stuff,
Show?
it's more than show. It's show with all kinds of things added into it.
But it's trivial. I mean, it's just like, entertainment. Something for entertainment.
Not to take too seriously.
Not to take too seriously. Yeah, shtick. And it's like a routine you got. Everyone's got this shtick.
Right. But I would take that seriously. So
You would take shtick seriously?
No, what you've been doing.
Well, this was a girl, a woman who, we were all young at that time. This is a woman who, she was studying. She was, getting her MFA.
MFA?
Master of Fine Arts in Poetry. So I was doing shtick. So that hit me. Huh? Want me to do some more shtick? But actually, that set me back for a moment. Because the thing is, I never studied poetry, and I never finished college. Because, once, I left my husband, I had my daughter, I was on welfare for a while and going to college. But once I discovered that I really was serious about poetry, I really couldn't continue in college. I just had to do poetry. And I was on welfare, and they started to catch up with me after a couple of years because Mike was still making payments. He wasn't supposed to do that. I was just really supposed to be poverty-stricken. Anyways, I knew I had to get off welfare. So, I never finished college. And I got a job, and I was a single mother. So I took this comment kind of seriously. It sort of set me back from. I was like, well, I never really did study. I guess I'm not a real poet.
There's a certain type of academic that forgets that Shakespeare wrote for the groundlings.
Well, they say wherever you were, you could get into him. You had your way in, no matter what. Yes, but he was the genius. But
well, for me, it makes you more of a poet that you didn't study.
Well, I discovered that later.
Right.
There's a way in which I discovered that the ways in which people have studied and made poetry today really are so in isolation.
Is there no category for that type of poetry?
What I was doing is performance poetry. Also, at that point, it was a movement that was beginning. And I was part of that movement without realizing I was part of a movement. I was just resonating with what I had seen on TV that night and creating out of that. And getting my own shtick, my own routine going, but it felt right for me. But it was at that point I started thinking, well, maybe I should study. And that set you back a few years. So I started reading other poets. That was the first step. Because, I was a welfare mother and had to, just get by. So I started reading other poets. And remember I told you yesterday, there was a point where I'd been writing and I didn't really care about poetry, except my own or when I was hearing from other people. And I said, well, maybe I should start reading them. And I did. I started to understand a little bit the difference between a performance poem and a poem for the paper. There's a difference. And, I'm going to do some paper poems, or show that transition. But there is some, I began to understand the difference. So that a poem like Masadi is a performance poem. And then I wrote another thing called Poem for Survival, which is really about the same thing, but it's done in another way. And it still works in performance, but it also works on the paper. Masadi's on paper, but it's not as interesting as it is in performance, as you can imagine. But this poem, when I do Poem for Survival, I think it works in performance, but it also works for the paper too. And it's not as much fun as Masadi, which is a real requirement for paper poetry. It really shouldn't be so much fun. It really shouldn't be serious.
Was performance poetry called performance poetry while it was happening, or only much later after?
No, it was as it was developing.
As it was developing.
So that the people you started hearing, they call themselves so-and-so is a performance poet, which was some kind of mistake. And they concentrated less on getting published and more on being with groups of people and just doing it.
Like the stand-up comic.
But they were performance poets, stand-up poet. All right. So I'm going to do Poem for Survival now, and that, and you'll see it's pretty much the same thing as Masadi, but it's in another way.
You could be a Rosie O'Donnell.
Rosie.
Okay, Poem for Survival. It comes in 3 movements. Masadi had 10 movements too, but I didn't call them just sections. Okay, first movement.
Whoever told you you were meant? As if you were never meant to rise in the morning, slide in to witness the black hole space where a star has died, where a star has burned itself out, hovering your prairie. Whoever told you you were meant to survive the night you screamed from your bed, and there was no one to hear you, and you knew there was no one to hear you break the mute black space folding in on you one afternoon when the sun turned to silver, silver like ice. It grew eyes that could grin, grinning deeper, the deeper you cried to the earth watching silently by. When they thread heaven's rosette through the music, now not even dancing will heal you. And you are a stomach waking to sickness, wishing yourself older, needing less time. Whoever told you you were meant to survive? Second movement. Nobody told me to leave this place. I knew when it was time. There were the signs, the leaves shrinking at the windowsill, browning at the stalk more and more till folded, the plant toppled dead, and the cat I attacked. I gripped the cat's throat. I pounded its head in a drummer's frenzy, beating the floor. If only it had been nice to me. If only it had been nice to me. And when the walls began to move and the earth turned into water I had to walk upon, I prayed. For 7 times 7 sevens I prayed, and a voice said, nothing will survive here. Nothing will thrive in this place. So for 7 times 7 more sevens, I waited, wetting the bed with my bad dreams. I waited for a voice, for a vision, for a friend to take me in her hands, to save me. I waited. I waited. I waited. I waited. Nobody told me to leave this place. I knew when it was time. It was simple and quiet. I said, I'd rather not die yet. I'd rather not die yet. I'd rather not die yet. And I was gone, not knowing when I had left. Third movement. Tell your people not to wait for me. Tell them I've grown tired. I am no longer available. Say that I am hacking out my way back home again. Tell your people I've gone back to the sea. Not knowing what to expect, I found sea things. Seashells, fish bones, rocks slick with color when wet, sea foam marking a white line between wet and dry, and the wind twirls it through a white suds glide across the sands. And Montauk has a winter night sky calling, more stars than I'd ever known before calling. I heard them calling down on me. We people are not only dangerous, we are presumptuous. Tell your people I am trying to be less presumptuous. Tell them I am learning to be less dangerous. I take nothing for granted. Not the smell of the sea of a lover, my body moving, not this planet moving as I have always counted on it moving, not even the dream I wake from screaming, Mommy, listen. I hear me coming undone. Should anyone ask for me, you tell them you have been in the presence of a woman becoming undone. That she trembles with knowing no answer. That she walks softly where once she would try to possess. She listens at windows, grows white with waiting, and she settles for nothing. Not even her dreams.
That sounds like right out of post-traumatic stress syndrome. I didn't mean that as a joke. I meant that perfectly seriously.
I don't know.
Because I've known some Vietnam veterans with it, and it sounds like right out of there.
Here's a paper poem. It's published in one of these top journals in the country called Poetry. Speaking of, called Meditation. Of course we're crazy. It's in the eyes. A certain gesture of the hand as if to ward off evil. No one is safe. Consider the city. But better, consider the family. And the way a familiar face can turn on you and be ugly. And then turn back to normal. I remember last summer. How normal. The fishing boats in by 5 in the evening. We were dressed in white linen, and our skin smelled salty and burnt. It was then that I lifted the brim of your hat, and I kissed you. I haven't moved for days. This room has 9 windows. The blinds are raised, so there's light. And I can see bare branches, hundreds in a bare network, and the sky changes by the hour. That is actually a poem. It came out of an exercise in a workshop, and the exercise was to create a poem of 3 stanzas that were interchangeable, so that you could read it whichever stanza. It didn't matter which stanza you read first.
So do you ever change the order?
No, but I sometimes when I do a writing workshop, I bring it in cut up, and I ask the people in the workshop to, because I'm going to give them the same exercise, I ask them to like set it up, and they, and very often they don't set it up the way I did, or the way I finally set it up based upon when I brought it to the workshop. The people in the workshop told me what order to put the standards up, and I listened to them.
And then you tell them that is a kind of a poem that indeed that is.
And I give them the exercise. Now you go create a poem with 3 stanzas, interchangeable stanzas. And then something seems to hold it together.
What does hold it together? And so I see.
Yeah, what holds it together?
What does hold it together? I see the fishing boats. I see the coming in at 5. I see the light coming into the room with the 9 windows and all. What holds it together? I would have to listen to it again, I think. And I don't know whether there's some, what.
The thing about, and calling it meditation also, the thing about a meditation is that it's not, a meditation is where thoughts come and thoughts go. Thoughts come and thoughts go. So that,
it is not logic.
The title is a meditation,
Mm-hmm.
And that somehow they're related, but not necessarily,
in a certain order.
Yeah.
It's not a story. It's not an event.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, all of these were being written before I met the Grail. And
even this one? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then when I met the Grail, I read a very long series of poems called Community Life, which I'd like to do. I'd like to do it later. And then other kinds of poems began to, most of the poems at that time, even though there were stuff written for the paper, and they were pretty much about, alienation or separation of one kind, trying to work itself out.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to calm some kind of reconciliation of that, which in fact community life does do. In fact, one of the poems themselves is called The Separation. And this is now, like we were talking yesterday about images. A lot of these came out of beginning to follow through images, and it wasn't like, and they were becoming fictions. They weren't even like necessarily true about me in terms of the details. But they were fictions that were coming out of following through on an image. But yet what was true was the feeling. There was some underlying truth which was beyond any kind of real details about my life. So this is one of those fictions. It's called The Separation. As kind as you've been, I keep all of you away. I like that. as I love you from across the room. Your shadow is a long slip across the marble mantelpiece. You do your business. This has nothing to do with sex. I was a man once, a Roman gentleman, a senator. I was not famous, but respected. And there was a woman I loved with long, dark hair. She fled from me through a colonnade. I can't say why. It was a time of great corruption, when I died in middle age, disappointed. For it seemed then we were a puny race, and I was separate. Look at my shoulders, how stiff I hold them. I'm a good soldier. I keep watch well into the night, distinguishing between animals and the enemy. And all the stories you've ever heard are true. It is lonely at the front. See, so it's just, for some reason, these images were grabbing me. I'm just going with them and creating a little story. But there's a truth in there that's true about me. And very often poetry does do that. You know, there's a point when we're writing poems, and you almost know that too, where somehow there's a fiction. It seems to be a fiction, but it's more true than, than what would be the truth.
If it's an inner truth, a deeper truth that is actually the real truth, and it's irrelevant whether the external circumstances, the facts are true or not. It's that inner thing is true.
Maybe we could hear a couple of poems from those of you who have brought something, and then we'll take a break, and then we can come back and do a few more, okay? Want to do that? Chris, are you ready to read something? Did you bring something to read?
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, reading is the hard part. I mean, I like it on paper because then you don't have to read it.
You don't have to be it.
You don't have
The
to
thing
be it.
about performance poetry is like you have to become the poem in the moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Although there is that, so I'm doing performance, and then there's an intermediate stage, which is just reading the poem. just reading it.
Yeah.
Without having to be it.
I can read it. I can try to be it, but you know what? That takes a lot of practice. I've got.
Well, I didn't do performance much either. I just read it. And I do fine.
Well, but you are it when you read it.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
It's very vulnerable, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
You're it's a little bit about being exposed.
Very much so. In fact, this group that I work with, or that we meet, they were all talking about how difficult it is to get up, like in these coffee shops, and to bare their soul, because their whole soul goes into this thing, and it's different when we're together and we have like a bond with each other where we're just kind of critiquing each other and whatever. But when you go in front of people that are in this coffee shop, it's a little bit different. But I have one that it's called Weeping Willow, and I wrote it last summer. And it was just after this rain, and it was very thick. I mean, it felt very thick just being there, and I was trying to study and I couldn't, and so I just started to write, and this is what it came out as. Weeping Willow. Oh willow, why do you weep? Is it the weight of the elements that pulls at your branches, making you weary and tired? Dewdrops of morning clinging to your leaves, inhibiting your ability to witness your morning sun? Or silent humidity stifling the lucidity of your thought and limiting your full expression? Willow, as you welcome the gentle breeze, you do so in full realization that these breezes are few, and to fully experience them means to be receptive to whatever movement they bring. Bashful and unassuming, or wild and torrid, your trunk must sway in accompaniment to the divine melody of nature. Willow, as you weep not of self-pity or agonizing despair, but in your acknowledgement of sheer limitation in who you are. Your movement and stature are at the mercy of the winds. And while their expression may be unknown or unfelt to this extent by many, by your nature you are able to accept them with grace. And in your weeping is your power and your strength. I couldn't be it though. I had to keep looking down at the paper.
Couldn't get you to cry, huh?
Couldn't get me to cry, no. And I have one other one that I can do. And this one was also, when was this written? It was probably like in July when I had one of those moments of clarity like you were talking, Jerry, about you had a moment of time where you just wrote and wrote and wrote, and just things seemed so crystal clear, and like I didn't have a question about anything, and I felt like I understood the meaning of life, and I was meant to be on this earth at this particular time for this particular reason, and just things where it was like these like there was this lapse in time, and finally it had come together, and that's what I was experiencing at this time. And so it's called Clarity, and it's a rhymer. And I was just thinking in rhymes at this when I wrote this one. Clarity. This lifted, dancing spirit from the twinkle in my soul, gently patterning her footprints in that space which seemed a whole, akin to every least small movement, every blow from gentle breeze, filled with the weeping of the sunrise and the echo of the trees. And the tickle of this teasing ignites a laughter deep within, grinning with an invitation to begin. As morning breaks along the shore and rhythm speaks the tide, I lift my head bewildered with my hand upon my side. How did I dare to come here? What connection that have I, trying to write upon the darkness, gentle stars upon the sky. As the stars can dance the spirit, and my soul is moving still, the enlivening breath beyond me stirs within my heart to fill. Every instant with transcendence, joining darkness into light, with a deepening dependence on a different kind of sight, whence there is no separation, and to end is to begin, where external truth is woven on the fabric of within.
Thanks, Chris.
Beautiful. Okay, I can stop now?
Who else, Jerry? Or Mary, you brought something that somebody else's, right?
Yeah. It's,
She has sometimes something like 7
I always like what
inches.
she called it.
Yeah, she put a group of lines together.
God.
yeah, right.
Yeah, she liked it for a few years.
Yes, right. How I came to do this, this book fell off the shelf last night when I was trying to push something else on it. And
She fits right in.
she wanted to be here today. This is
Bang you on the head.
And then I was reading it, and then I came to this section about the Holy Spirit, and I thought, oh well, this must be it. So it has basically 3 sections. So I'll pause in between each one. Who is the Holy Spirit? The Holy Spirit is a burning spirit. It kindles the hearts of humankind. Like tympanum and lyre, it plays them, gathering volume in the temple of the soul. Holy Spirit is life-giving life, all movement, root of all being, purifier of all impurity, absolver of all faults, balm of all wounds. Radiant life, worthy of all praise, the Holy Spirit resurrects and awakens everything that is. Truly, the Holy Spirit is an unquenchable fire. The Spirit bestows all excellence, sparks all worth, awakes all goodness, ignites speech, enflames humankind. Yet in this radiance is a restorative stillness. It is the stillness that is similarly in the will to good. It spreads to all sides. The Holy Spirit then, through one's fervent longings, pours the juice of contrition into the hardened human heart. And this is the second part.
There's a little circle.
Oh, yeah, that's-
Well, no, wait a minute, that would be okay. Let me do this.
Okay.
And then you do the second one.
Holy Spirit, all creation praises you. Creation has life because of you. You are precious salve for broken bones, for festering wounds. You transform them to precious gems. Now gather us together in your praise. Lead us on the proper path. In the aimless spinning soul, where fog obscures the intellect and will, where the fruit is noxious and poisonous, you guide the pruning sword. Thus the Spirit orders all desire. But should the soul incline to be covetous and incorrigible, fixing its gaze on evil's face, looking ever with eyes of malice, you rush in with fire and burn as you will. O Holy Spirit, fiery comforter spirit, life of the life of all creatures, holy are you. You give existence to all form. Holy are you, you that are balm for the mortally wounded. Holy are you, you that cleanse deep hurt. Fire of love, breath of all holiness, you are so delicious to our hearts. You infuse our hearts deeply with the good smell of virtue. And this is the last part. O Holy Spirit, clear fountain, in you we perceive God, how God gathers the perplexed and seeks the lost. Bulwark of life, you are the hope of oneness for that which is separate. You are the girdle of propriety. You are holy salvation. Shelter those caught in evil, free those in bondage, for the divine power wills it. You are the mighty way in which everything that is in the heavens, on the earth, and under the earth is penetrated with connectedness, is penetrated with relatedness. Holy Spirit, through you, clouds billow, breezes blow, stones drip with trickling streams, streams that are the source of earth's lush greening. Likewise, you are the source of human understanding. You bless with the breath of wisdom. Thus all of our praise is yours, you who are the melody itself of praise, the joy of life, the mighty honor, the hope of those to whom you give the gifts of the light.
I hope you didn't mind, Mary. I was just playing around there while you were reading, just trying
Right.
to try
But
to...
I just love some of the things that the concrete kind of ways, like sparks, awakes, ignites, and flames.
Yeah, I can tell you like your whole propriety.
Yeah, I did. I thought that was great.
If we had worked it out beforehand, I would have gotten bolder, you know, but I didn't want to
Yeah,
push
you are the
things too
girdle
far.
of propriety.
The girdle of
Holy salvation. Right, and like you You that are the balm for the mortally wounded. Holy are you, you that cleanse deep hurt. Yeah, it's really beautiful images.
Actually, being a listener, there's some phrasings from all the poems that are just, as you hear them, you think, boy, that's a beautiful phrase.
Yeah.
And you can't even remember them all, but it's nice to hear them.
It's a little bit of a wash of language, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's not like you can hold on to any of it. That's why, it's like going into another state of consciousness, and that's okay. It's not about holding on to it. It's about just letting it all sort of wash over and become an experience inside the moment.
But there's something in you that wants to say, wait a second, repeat that. Already.
Right.
That's right.
That could be my tendency, so it's nice to be in this other mode.
I'll give you one you can remember.
You got one? Go ahead. Go.
I eat my peas with honey. I've done it all my life. It makes the peas taste funny, but it keeps them on the knife.
Did you write that one, Janet?
No.
That's cute.
I can't remember.
Jerry, you look like you're ready to go with something there. Are you?
Basically, I wrote, this is the first thing is a poem I wrote in April '68. I was 23. I was stationed at Fort Hollenberg, Maryland. I was nursing a, they call it torn periosteum, which is the membrane on your ankle. I was in a cast. Limited. I got that while running to pay a bill and stepping on a curb wrong. And I went on active duty in the Army about 5-6 months earlier. This is my second duty post, and I was spending the day as a student officer studying aerial photography and how to read it. And spent a good deal of time being somewhat alone. I was one of the few that did not have either a girlfriend or a wife, so. And it came with somewhat out of that. I wrote this while everybody else was busy at a party. I was up so much to tell you. And 3 years later, after Vietnam, I was still in the service, but would be getting out shortly, and I was engaged. I reworked the poem into a psalm. So I'm going to read first the early version and then the reworked version. And you can see with 3 years and the number of spiritual things can make a difference in something. Okay, first version. My heart will rise in song for the fullness brought forth from earth, sky, and sea to mend my spirit's meaningfulness. For I have been admitted to the kinship of men and dwell amidst their thoughts, the larks that cheer their mornings, the ravens that haunt their nights. And I have seen unquenchable hope in even the desolate wastes, concealed within those rootless souls who fruitlessly strive for a bond. My soul will sing a psalm, its breath soaring over the waters and flowing through cedars and pines perched on shores of limestone shelf, to calm the nervous waves and soothe the swaying birches and brush as a lilting lullaby of life, soft, promising, peaceful. And the echoes shall resound in my mind's memory when fearful frustration takes root to sever the shackles of my limitations. That was the original. And then in February of '71, my heart shall rise in song, for the fullness brought forth from the heart of God to mend my spirit's meaningfulness. For I have been admitted through the love of my Lord to the kinship of men and dwell amidst their thoughts, the larks that cheer their mornings, the ravens that haunt their nights. And I have seen unquenchable hope concealed within the depths of even those rootless souls who fruitlessly strive for a bond. For I have been there and know the pain of being alone among many, but the mercy of Jesus brought me love, and my being stirs to meet others with it. My soul shall sing a psalm, its breath soaring above the waters, and flowing with the Spirit through cedars and pines, perched on shores of limestone shelf. To calm the nervous waves and soothe the swaying birches and brush, as a lilting lullaby of life, of love, soft, promising, peaceful. In the quiet joy of night, in the summer of the Lord, when earth shall feel his healing touch and be comforted by its loving Father. And the echoes shall resound in my mind's memory of the love he brought me, when fearful frustration takes root, to turn my face to him and call his name, so he will come and dwell within me, giving the grace to sever by his power the shackles of my limitations.
That's lovely, Jerry. There was a difference between the two. When, the song was happening in another way.
As I said earlier, I've gone through some of the conversion experience in November 70, and it made a lot of difference. In fact, my engagement in marriage pretty much took place in the context of this whole thing. Gregoria went through an experience somewhat similar about 3 weeks after mine, and the way things went, we were through it. We'd known each other, been friends for some time, but we were thrown together under somewhat different circumstances. And, I went to having no girlfriend to being engaged in about 4 days flat.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, although we had known each other for a year and a half, but a lot happened in a very short amount of time.
Jerry, speaking of time, could you bring back that small piece of, before we, and then we'll take a break, that you wrote yesterday, and you changed that one word?
Yeah.
Remember we just, those of us who were here yesterday, we were talking about time, you had time in that line, and you talked a bit about it, and then you went and you did, and you changed the word, and I like it much better. You're going to, yeah, when we come back, you're going to read. We'll have to break it.
This is from yesterday.
Start out, okay.
I entitled it Living and Writing. It's like being in a river. The moons flow past you. Lives touch yours, swirling in and out of sight, like leaves on the flood, catching the sunlight and tossing it back and forth to one another.
Moons flow by you, right? Yeah, that was it. He did moons flow by, which is a reference to time, but it's richer.
I said the time was the original.
Yeah, time flows by you. We've had a little discussion about that.
It's a nice image.
It is. Maybe we could just take 10 minutes and Helen, we'll come back and Helen can read a couple of poems and then I'll do some more and we'll finish up. Is that okay? Yeah?
I just have one more.
That
I'd like to do
is
something
cool.
after you.
Does she have a lot of That's really, this is more like meditation here.
Good for you.
We have one
Yeah.
more here.
And she has another one?
Yeah, just one more.
You said you only had 2. That's why I didn't ask you for more. Do you have more? You want to do another one? Oh, please, okay, she wants to hear it. Okay, you gotta do it. She wants to hear it, you gotta do it.
It suddenly occurred to me that, that's why we did that whole thing about the gods and St. Bridget and all that.
Two poems. Last year, I think it was
Yeah, the
Conversation.
The Holy Spirit is very interesting. Lord reaching us.
I swung by the compound on the way here.
in English. Sure. By the way, this is the group that I
It's
talked
3
about.
miles on the way to go there.
You can keep this. This is a compliment.
That sounds nice. Don't stop.
It's so frustrating. See, I won't be to work tomorrow, so if it goes out late, I try. At least it's not for somebody involved.
Somebody, do you have any? Do you have anything to read?
No.
Like something.
Somebody and I are the appreciative audience.
And
I.
she writes, she writes the applause. She's
I
up there
go
writing.
past you.
Sometimes she writes poems.
Not anymore.
No.
And then told you nothing.
No,
I used to.
you did. No, I never did.
I don't know, I stopped.
She started doing sociology, treaty.
Oh, that was the end.
The rational brain took over.
That's why I had to leave college.
That's right, you have to leave college.
That's right. I started writing papers, you know, the sociology stuff, and I would just get sick to my stomach. But when I wrote poetry, I felt good. So, I guess I gotta leave college now.
Sharon,
You can do what you want. And Jerry has another poem. Chris, you gonna read again?
Mhm.
You have another one? Okay. So, go ahead and do a few. Jerry will do one, she'll do another one, and then I'll finish up. And we'll be done. And have all together. 25 minutes. And I'll take that. I told you what you got.
This poem is called Women's Circle, and I do it when someone, a woman that I know, or mainly women in my church who are getting married, sometimes we have a women's circle if the girl is open to it. And this is a poem that I wrote for it. It's where women in the community get together and support. Okay. While on the road, watch with a watchful eye, notice the potholes and ditches. Walk on to the house the house you can know is for you, by the room upstairs and the room downstairs. Go up first. Put on the gown of flowers hanging in the sunlight, and sit on the white cushion in the middle of the floor. Angels will come. Tell them you are to be married and of your longing for eternal love. They will give their insights into things you can do for it. When they have been heard, hang again the gown and leave the upper room, for there you cannot always stay. Once down, put on the work clothes from the closet, for you see you will get dirty digging and pruning and watering. Flowers need constant tending, and this work is done only in a less than perfect room. In that room, a human can be.
Do another one of your own.
Okay. This is a humorous one. Science versus the humanities. Or versus and the humanities. When I was going to college and taking an astronomy course.
Oh, I took one of those.
Did you?
Yeah. At Grailville. When I was at Grailville. And I had everybody looking up at the stars at night. Remember?
And you did, yes. Sure, you went to Antioch.
Yeah.
Yeah. They thought that you got your astronomy degree from Grailville.
Yeah, right out of Grailville.
That's how it sounded.
Well, there were some people that actually helped. When I lived in Numa, there were people that did know the stars. I'm thinking of the Mexican lady, Priscilla Riviera. She grew up with the stars and all of that. And so it was a whole other appreciation, because in Brooklyn you could look up, but you didn't see what you could see out of Grailville.
Oh, that's true.
To say. So,
Yep. I'm sorry for the diversion.
Oh. When I started to learn of some of the things astronomers can garner from little bits of starlight recorded on photographic plates, and that a spectral line broadening 1/10 of a millimeter signals untold significances about the density of a star, and that a computer is predicting the number of massless, chargeless neutrinos coming from the sun at the speed of light that should be detected in a 100,000-gallon tank of perchloroethylene hidden deep in a mine in South Dakota, I want to shout, bullshit! How can you know of those things. I refuse to believe that little black lines on a strip of paper can tell you that supernova 1987A made cobalt-57, but then it quickly degenerated into iron. That's just your imagination. You're making it all up. For years. For years, I have confined my thinking to God and philosophy and the purposes of being on this earth. But one day, found myself in an astronomy class, and for the first time listening to the teacher talk on and on about nuclear fission and nuclear fusion and nuclear confusion and black holes and pulsars and nuclear synthesis and stars in a pre-supernova state, my imagination does not extend life to positrons and their elusive neutrino buddies. I am a heathen to the world of science, but now comprehend the difficulty some people have when asked to believe that the spirit of man lives in a realm beyond the world they can see and feel and measure in a laboratory. My previous scientific inquiry only extended to the mind and its laws, as unchanging and universal as the ones of this world. Laws of love, elusive, difficult to see, and like little neutrinos originating in the sun, in the world of our mind. And it's a very popular poem with atheists.
You probably like that one section out of Chronicles of Narnia. One of the little girls is on this island where there's a retired star, and she says to him, "Well, in our world, stars are made of huge balls of flaming gas." And he answers her, "That's what they are. That's what they are made of, not what they are."
I'll just read one more line and then be done. This has to do with an identity crisis that I had all my life, which resolved itself.
I'm glad you did.
It's called Lake. At 47, I finally found what I want to be. A lake in high mountains. Summer sky reflecting, pines green with health surrounding. Dragonflies tickling tall grasses at my edge. Come to my narrow beach. Let me draw you in as my liquid fingers rush to embrace. A little cold perhaps, but you will warm. Enjoy, I will buoyantly hold you, show you my fish, and reacquaint you to the pines still waiting since last we met, while cold may bear our other friends, then turned me quiet with nothing to say. Only wolf and moose visited then. And when the sun, no longer angry and making short the day, warmed, I rushed between the frozen blocks with laughter, springs fed in again, and crocuses grew between rocks. I remembered you and buried the dead wood of March winds, lapped to the redbud overhanging, and welcomed dogwood petals in their last gesture of life. The air turned hot, wild roses bloomed. While a beaver mended her dam, I waved to a hawk soaring, and water lilies quietly prepared their blossoms. Now you have. Come, sit by me. Tell me in our wordless way of your year. Be with me long, enough to reach a depth we could never, were I to less prepare, or you be less difficult to reach.
I like the sun being angry and so shortening the day. That's very nice.
Okay, this was written in 1985. I was at a party at the Naval Depot in the Officers Club, and a couple of guys started telling old war stories, and something just clicked, and I excused myself and went back up to where my workplace was, a couple wings down, and typed this out in about 25 minutes. And then after that, I got the letter I wrote to the Atlantic Monthly, which got me a nice little pink slip saying it wasn't what they were looking for, but it give you some idea of what went into it. Although at the time I wrote it, it wasn't all kind. I mean, just everything about.
So that's the letter. Is that your rejection letter on the back of the poem?
No, this is the letter I wrote. This is my submittal letter.
Submission letter. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of it was in retrospect. I mean, when the poem came, it flowed.
Right.
But basically, it took this poem took something like about 16 to 17 years to put itself together, because the roots of the poem are all the way back in 1968 and 1969, and this was written in 85. And, okay, here we go. The Leaf Rider, after the manner of the Erlingus. Where now our chopper and rider, cartridge belt gold gleaming, sun shower spray glistening, a circle of rainbow below the blade sweeping. Out over the wire leaping, like leaves before the tempest reeling, the greening blades of the paddies mirroring, bathed in the tropic heat, yet in their ruffled blue fields shivering. With the winds of war forward, and childhood past remembering, is gone, as fast as the wind furrows, in the green-blue carpet glistening, at first burst banished by bullets and blood. Whither the wind hover, above tangled green gliding, soaring, the rider's glance sees, not seeing, the hurricane, the land overturning, their metal steeds clacking racket calling. So on down to the great grass jumping, to tree line on tree line charging, and always some never more moving, and some bodies for a time limping, while many minds and hearts hurt worse than they. Yet new faces, old places ever filling, steady as the monsoon's rains drumming, as regular as its arrival, the long hot months into years fading, till they all were gone. So say men, over a shot and beer drinking, no knights in armor shining, who once were lads in the summer grinning, and did their job of fighting, someone else, sometimes scathed, becoming. And this is for the submission letter. Structurally, it's loosely modeled on the epic poetry J.R.R. Tolkien wrote associated with The Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion, especially the story of Earl the Young at the battlefield of Celebrind. Where now are the horse and rider? This is not a remembrance of past glories, however. A year in Nam, 68 to 69, thoughts provoked by works such as the Battle of Malden, the Red Badge of Courage, Fields of Fire, and A Rumor of War, the vets I've met over 16 years, and events like the New York Welcome Home Parade all went into the long simmering mental stew. And yes, line 1 stanza 4 is also an allusion to Hopkins' The Windhover, in both possible meanings of the term, besides referring to a chopper. Why now after all these years? A few chance words at a party during conversation triggered the coming together of many strands. It was ready then, not before. I can produce a serviceable report to order, but something creative only when moved. Anyway, arrived in Bindin Province, 2 Corps as a leg second lieutenant, assigned to the 172nd Military Intelligence Company, 173rd Airborne Brigade. Parentheses, probably the lowest life form on the planet is a green ROTC-produced second lieutenant working in the contradiction in terms who was a non-paratrooper among a horde of the same going by the nickname the Herd, end parentheses. Except for seeing someone killed in front of me, everything else is as remembered. My Benning classmates who are infantry saw enough of the rest to overload hundreds of lives. If there's any one theme, it is whom you send is not whom you get back, even if they are alive.
Wow, that's quite a lot of.
A lot of pieces are powerful for both.
Yeah, right?
I've got two short ones. The first one is just called Art.
What's it called?
Art.
Art?
Yes. And it was funny because yesterday I was having a conversation with Larry in the dining room, and we had a talk exactly about this. So I said, I wrote a poem about exactly what we're talking about. And so it was just kind of interesting. I think I wrote this about 2 years ago after seeing some of my sister's artwork in a show. And I was kind of thinking that this is sort of like life. Living is a jaunt through an art museum. One can scamper here and there, tasting the fruit of expression in bits of immediacy. Or one can savor endlessly that one expression, sucking it into the depths of one's being and understanding at some level of one's heart fibers, that transcendent unspokenness seething from that which one has created and lived. And this one is called Levels of Horizon, and it's another rhymer.
A rhymer.
It's a rhymer. Was it you yesterday that said,
Or somebody over here said, Pat Hayes, I think, said she hates rhyming.
okay, well, someone did,
She's
right?
not here, so.
Well, we didn't let her come today.
She probably, I told her I'm going to bring rhymers, so she decided not to. And this one was, I was camping and I was sitting on this deck looking over this lake, and I was noticing that there was a shadow from the trees that was on the water, and to me it looked like there was this horizon, and then there was this upper horizon, the stuff above the horizon, and the stuff below the horizon. And to me, I saw that there's these different levels of horizon, and so that's what I wrote this poem about. It's called Levels of Horizon. Here amidst, behold an eye, enchanting, bold against the sky, horizon spackled, dignified, with nature's secret signified, forming patterns to enchant, fathoming what senses can't, behold what different levels be, the soul to hear what heart does see, emoting levels to behold, as different rays of light unfold, reflecting facets that transcend what senses cannot comprehend. And understanding, as it may, the growth as well as the decay, the soul and heart can hold these two and let the grace of God shine through. And you know what? The grace of God shining through, it's like in St. Vincent Millay's Renaissance. And it's too similar, and every time I read that, I think it doesn't sound new. It sounds like something that's being recycled, so I want to change it.
But recycling is in now.
Oh. Good thing to do. I'll take it to the shop.
But it works. Tell us more. Why?
Huh?
Why now is it in?
Recycling?
Yeah.
I mean, I meant that in general,
Oh,
recycling.
I thought you literally meant, but, you know.
I meant recycle. Bottles, paper, you know,
Okay.
images.
The blue pill in the sidewalk.
You
Lines.
said blue pill, no, but I mean, I thought you were interested.
No, well, no, it was a little joke.
Oh, well.
But it sounded good. I mean, as Maureen said, it works, you know. Okay. Does anybody else have anything they want to read? Before we,
It's something from somebody else wrote it.
you want to do it?
This is by a helicopter pilot, Captain Michael Davis O'Donnell. It was written New Year's Day, 1970. He's missing in action on 24 March 1970 and has never been found. And the title is Untitled. If you are able, save for them a place inside of you, and save one backward glance when you are leaving for the places they can no longer go. Be not ashamed to say you love them, though you may not have always. Take what they have left and what they have taught you with their dying and keep it with your own. And in that time, when men decide and feel safe to call this war insane, take one moment to embrace those gentle heroes you left behind.
Wow.
Leads into this. It's called Advent. In this, the last part of winter, in the snow still shining, beaten in with all our footsteps that keep on repeating, and each breath is white and light. One more letting go that hovers like a shadow about to be ended. We're here now. And around us the trees are bones in the wind, wailing, ice snapping. It's the world coming apart in the arms of some dark mother. Rockman, tell me tales of India, songs of the swollen-bellied tribe in Uganda, rumors of torture among the mountain people, how Jerusalem turns golden beneath the desert sun. Sing of hushed gatherings, guerrillas slipping through the Nicaraguan night, and a fire burning in the eyes, in America even. There are still ears pressed to the ground, imagining the sound of after the earth stops splitting. On the flatlands. This could be forever, finally. Field after field, wheat and a dance, and the wind weaves in a long rush gold. Waves of it, that soft hiss, from here to the distant edge where it looks like you can fall off the world, but you don't. We know that. Breathe, it's morning. The sky is on every side of us, far away, out there, clinging to the ground. There was a series of monologues that I did at one time, but I'm not going to do it because it's 25 after 5. So I think I'll just close with community life, because I think because we're the Grail, and this is the Grail.
Not a shorty.
And I've got community life, and it's a longie. So I'm just going to do it, and because it's us, and it's in this book, which was this anthology, which was published recently. I wrote this during the first year when I was up in Cornwall, back in 1977. It's a number of sections. So, community life. Each has her own berth, one bureau. No smoking, no mirrors. No, one mirror. A sliver at the foot of the second floor hall where I bow each morning before it, that crap thing. Suck in belly, pat bottom, adjust collar, stretch as in dance and exercise. Me in pieces, face locked into its face pose. No pretense.
no give. The day begins, and I am filled with good intentions. Light strikes, the bare wood light strikes the bare wood floors. The haze is rising. Stairs creak under the weight of us going down to breakfast. I am sure to not go out of turn, to keep our line even, hold the fork back, not taking more than a fair share. Being new here, I imitate the rest of them. Settle into their ways. Small talk. An August breeze seeps in. One by one they finish and are gone. Screen door slamming. A beat at each exit. My heart pounds. I scrape their plates. Scavenge the scraps left behind. The property is green and lush in hills just west of the Hudson. Fields, cabins, slopes, and wild fruit, a bench from which the whole of our land is visible. I have not yet tired of the view nor intricacies of those who live within it, though my heart goes back to the city and I am eager for mail. Poised at the head of the driveway, I am, as they say, among strangers here, forgetting the dark part of what's past, the underbelly of the familiar. Our hermit, the potter, that was the invention, right? We make fictions. There was a little, what became the Hermitage was once a pottery shed. Our hermit, the potter, has a shed in the backwoods. Primitive and lean, she hauls water, won't talk. Her voice is written. Bring clay Thursday morning and Monday afternoon. I do it. The wheel is turning. Her hands ride the mound. I am fixed for a while. In this dust, something holds. The bareness she goes on. Going unnoticed at the outside wall, I smell must in the wood. Almost collapsed. Sun like a devil across my back, bent into digging. Potatoes emerging 3 or 4 to a hole. Oh, come now, you can do better. I had to straighten up, had to lean against the pitchfork. Sunstruck, ground tipping out from under. I saw, down by the corn in neat rows, so many of us fading into stalks as if the body were lost, then present in the next person. There was a ringing all around. I had to stop. At night, the house dog roams after woodchucks, breaks necks with a fast bite, delivers them at the door. He howls to be let in. It's always the same. Dog pantings. Good night. Too many crickets. The faucet. I'm clean. My shadow is doubling beyond the oil lamp. Moths beat blindly at the screen. Groan. Someone's bad dream getting tossed off. Off. A wheeze. Their breathing is a comfort. Already it's like the fall. Cool. We pick and preserve what's done, what can rot. It's easy reaping, and when one has come who makes me laugh. She's young yet, lifts rocks, vats, throws back her scarf, axes wood, firewood. There's a lightness and it extends. Love here in the fields. Canada geese honking down. The sky is thick at the rim. Crimson, the foliage thins. We're pulling corn stalks out by the roots and stacking them. I'm making friends, recognize kindnesses, but something more is required of me. I can see it in the distance, my uneasiness at their approach, welcome, their casual stance before the fat, crisp stacks, afraid even now as a torch is put to our gatherings, and my arms fold, and each long leaf hurries toward its stalk in the burning. We close in. It's a simple service. Her body, wrapped in a white shroud, is prayed over. Hymns, hands clasped. 4 stand-up candles mark the corners of her coffin. I was the one who found her dead. It was as I've told them. No sign of pain, no clutching at the sheets. She was gray. The look, the expression was odd and not her own. Bare, bare. It's all sticks, and on the ground what's fallen. Sick with fever, I'm propped on pillows and removed, the season like a film before me. Rain, pods, hundreds splitting from the limbs of the locusts. Nothing is left. I am skin, empty, hot, they say. So hot when they visit and whisper of me in the doorway. There's a cool hand and a figure above. I lie still for her. I drink what she brings. Smoke lifting in spirals from the cup. I woke early, dressed, quietly left and went in darkness to the ridge, east. Yes, I was commanded, like a child. Like a child. And when the bell sounded attention, I used to straighten, hands fixed on the edge of my desk, patient. There was a sense of things staying, but I was taken year by year, now through dry leaves, up this slope, black, light. The sky has a line, is divided. Come to me, be mine.